Frost is a shroud on the sleeping glen. We lay out the brat for the healing of men. A silver shadow moves over the height. Reed carries embers to swallow the night. Her footsteps are soft as the falling of wool, while the moon o'er the she is heavy and full. In the cold of the clay, lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. The wheel is a-turning, the lights on the wing. She stands at the anvil where destiny's to hammer the future and soften the past. With iron and fire she tempers the soul, to make what was broken vibrant and whole. The ice starts to weep at the touch of her hand, as the green fire of Imbolc awakens the land. Oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. Cure for the weary, a song for the sage. A new leaf is turning on history's page. From the sacred well to the mountains rise the smoke of the morning in Breed's blue eyes. Oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. The snowdrop is waking, the shadows are breaking. Breed is here, the light is drawing near.
story is told. The wolf age is fading, the high winds subside. The thaw is a river, a bone-chilling tide. From the roots of the world tree, the sap starts to climb, breaking the silence of ancient long time. The stones are whispering, the glaciers they weep, as the lords of the winter fall back into sleep.
He says break.
The sap starts to climb, breaking the silence of ancient long time. The stones are whispering, the glaciers they weep, as the lords of the winter fall back into sleep.
He says breaking. So Elo is waking.
From the iron wood to the salt sea foam, the light is finding its long way home.
Wake from the ice sleep, the fire is won, the sky candle rises, the wheel has begun. The hammer is falling on shackles of cold, turning the silver to rivers of gold.
Sleep, giant sleep. The earth is ours to keep. Under the weight of the silver bone, the adder wakes in its house of stone. A ribbon of glass, a shivering vein, is drinking the mist and the firstborn rain. Of a mountain is shedding its mantle of white as the river uncoils in the pale morning light. Rise from the deep, oh silver thread, wake every root from its frozen bed. The ice is a skin that is peeling away to weave the green heart of a new coming day. Flow, little serpent, flow to the sea, set the heart of the valley free. The calic retreats to her cave in the mist, where the frost and the shadows have finally kissed. She leaves her blue staff in the mud and the clay, as the sun warmth of greed washes winter away. The pulse of the forest is starting to beat in the rhythm of water and soft cloven feet. from the smallest crack to the widest bay. The serpent of spring is finding its way. Rise from the deep, oh silver thread. Wake every root from its frozen bed. The ice is a skin that is peeling away.
Welcome back to the tavern, my friends. Let me turn that music down. Hang on. I know you guys would rather listen to the ladies' playlist than listen to me, but sadly now you have to listen to me. So there's that. I'm the tavern keeper, not the playlist. So welcome back, my friends. What an adventure it has been. Through the realms of Middle-earth, following along with our dear friend Bilbo Baggins and the company of Thorin, all the way to the Lonely Mountain. And what a time it has been. Okay, so real quick, I want to take a minute while we're at the beginning, and I want to thank everybody who has showed up every day for the Read-A-Thon. It has been a hell of an event for us. The lady and I have had a great time. It's been very enjoyable having you all. And this is where we announce that the tavern's closing forever. All right, guys, bye, end of stream. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I would not do that to you guys. I wouldn't do that to you guys. No, but this is going to be the last day for the Read-A-Thon because I do, in fact, have to help take my sister to her new abode, starting either tomorrow or Tuesday. And sadly, that means I will be away from my beloved lady for anywhere from 3 to 5 days, and it will be an absolutely dreadful thing. But she will be doing reading for you all while I am gone, if is necessary. And I wanted to thank everybody who gifted during this story time. This readathon has been absolutely spectacular. And I do think that it is only fair that because the readathons are so beloved, I don't want to do them too regularly because then they would lose their specialness. But I am going to set up a series of very achievable community goals. And within the community, whenever we hit those goals, we will then be doing another readathon. Castle, I sent you a message on Discord that is a bit time sensitive considering it deals with the story that needs to be turned in today. The timeline's being pushed out, Frost. The timeline's going to get pushed out because I have all of these things that went on. I'm going to add 2 weeks to the timeline because I also had never even made a public announcement about the story. So you're good. You've got 2 weeks. You've got 2 weeks to get that in, and there'll be another story prompt coming in a week when I get back from taking my sister where we need to go. You know, we loved being here and have enjoyed it. Well, and here's the exciting thing, guys. Here's the exciting thing. Over the course of the Read-A-Thon, the average viewership on the Twitch portal has gone up to almost 40 people. So our average viewership is I think at 33. And so we're literally almost halfway to where we need to be if we ever wanted to get the tavern Twitch portal partnered up. And that's all because of you guys. Now, whether or not that ever happens, I don't have a whole lot of stock in it. It would be a fun thing. It's not something that we want to put any pressure on the community to do, but it would be a fun thing if it ever did happen. But we're about halfway in viewership to where we need to be in order to partner the tavern Twitch channel. And if that ever happens, we will be, or if it happens sometime soon, we will be the first ever Storytime channel, especially the first ever Storytime tavern, to be partnered on Twitch. So that would be spectacular. Okay, that works out perfectly, but the question still does need to be answered. The lady is going to be coming and taking my space. Oh, not my space. She's going to take my place in about an hour. When that happens, I'll check the message and respond to it, Frost. With everything going on, I've been so busy. I'm so behind. I have like 80 unread messages right now. But I'll go and I'll look at it since it's time sensitive. Una Jedi Survivor is on sale. Me rushes to Steam. No trouble, my friends. No, you didn't miss much. I'm just thanking everybody. And speaking of, since we have quite a few of our barkeeps in here, I do want to make sure that we thank all of the barkeeps for all their hard work this week. They did a great job keeping everyone safe. Stephanie, hello, welcome in. Thank you for the heart me over on the TikTok portal. I appreciate you. And now Stephanie said, thank you for the heart me over on TikTok, love. I appreciate you. Katie, hello, welcome in. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. Absolutely spectacular. So yeah, thank you all for all of the time and love and attention this week. Thank you to everybody who gifted to the tavern and tipped the tavern keepers. You guys were overwhelmingly generous this week, and we appreciate that very much. Thank you all. It was completely unnecessary, but it is appreciated. Jared, hello, welcome in. With that said, I don't know if we're going to get to the end of The Hobbit today. If we do not get to the end of The Hobbit today, when I return, I will we might do an extra 2 bonus days of Stream-A-Thon when I return from my errand to a lonely mountain. I do apologize. I meant to announce it earlier. The last 2 weeks have been chaotic, and I've been very behind on all of my announcements. So, Jody, if you want to take time to keep working on your story in the meantime, please feel free to do that. I haven't been in a few days. How's the thon going? It went very well. And I'm measuring it. So you guys tell me, how has everyone enjoyed the Read-A-Thon so far? Because how you guys enjoy the Read-A-Thon is going to be the big deal here. Gunnar says, shout out to the barkeeps, the lady, the tavern keeper for making this experience possible. Such a wonderful and enjoyable chime. I will raise my tankard to that, sláinte, my friends. Oops, I filled up my tankard too much. Got a hole in my chin. Spilling water all over myself. This is a good thing I don't drink liquor, or I would be smelling. Thank you for the raffle prizes. And I'm glad you guys enjoyed the giveaway. The lady and I would like to do more, and as there's more excess capital, we will do more giveaways because we love to share the love all about the tavern. We appreciate you guys. These readathons are very fun. I'm glad that you enjoy them, Crow. Stephanie says, I've loved it. I've enjoyed it enough to be here every day, which is a fair enough endorsement. Sounds great, PJ. Thank you. Welcome in. Shout out to all the amazing patrons that came in to appreciate a good story and some waffles. Yes, indeed. Olivia said, Uncle Castle, because you're going away, you're giving away free stuff. Can you send me something and mail? She'll send you something. Basically, she wants to get mail. Okay. If we can figure something out to send you, we will send you something, Olivia. Looks like I'm at a stream streak of 49. What a legend! Don't miss one. That's a big stream streak. I want to give you Una hugs, but I'll start with Destiny. Can you tell me that you're proud of me because my dad never did? Well, I won't lie to you, PJ, because I don't know you, but I'm proud of you for seeking. No, hang on. That's bad. I was going to say I'm proud of you for seeking someone's approval, but don't do that. I'm proud of you for being awake right now. There you go. I'm proud of you. When I get to know you more, maybe I can give you a more apt proud of you, but I'm proud of you for giving it a good old college try. You're awake, you're here, you're giving it a good old go, so I'm proud of you for that. Bear says, I'm loving all the lives. I'm glad. Proud of you for asking what you feel you need, PJ. Yeah, there you go. I'm proud of you for... It's not healthy to seek other people's approval, but I'm proud of you for at least trying to figure out what you need. There you go. Are you proud of me, Castle? I am very proud of you, Maddie, and I'll be more proud of you when you finally get that first book out. All of that work is for nothing if you don't get that first book out. So I'm proud of you, asterisk. Will be more proud when you finish the work. Wish I had known about the Read-A-Thon from the beginning. We did our best to make sure that it was going to be known that it was going on, but again, like this, the last few weeks have been so chaotic, it's incredible. Yeah, lots has been going on the last 2-ish days. Speaking of books, I'm trying something new, Castle. What are you trying new? Sold. Oh, all right, my friends. Well, I think that we can go ahead and, well, hang on. I think we need to run. I do think we need to run ads. Yeah, we do need to run ads. So we're going to go ahead and run our 3 minutes and then we'll get started. I'm going to read you guys for an hour from The Hobbit. And then the lady is going to take over and she is going to do some of the Silmarillion and Beren and Luthien and all of that. So we'll get at least one chapter of The Hobbit in tonight, maybe two. We'll see. And then if it's necessary, I will finish up The Hobbit when I return from my errand across the land. It's not really a book, but I'm trying to write poetry. The one bit of advice, so if you want my advice, I'm going to give it to you unsolicited. The one bit of advice I will give you, when you're writing poetry, learn to write a story first, and then translate that story into poetry. That tends to make the best poetry to my mind. Now, I'm no poet. I have written poetry and I've done poetry classes in university because I was a literature major, so I had to. But poetry is not my forte necessarily. But I find that the best poetry is not poetry for poetry's sake, but poetry that learns to tell a story. Where are you from? So I am from where I live. I live in California. I grew up in Ireland, if that's what you're asking, where my accent is from. I grew up in Southern Ireland with family from Norway and Southern Ireland. You're reading to us. This is so incredibly cool. How wonderful that I found you. I don't know how to say your name, so I'm going to call you Moss. Moss, I was very glad to have you. Welcome in. You've given me the writing bug. I've been watching your shorts for months, and now I'm writing and drawing a new comic idea. So that, well, I'm proud of you for that, PJ. You should have led with that. I'm proud of you for going and starting new stories. Yeah, there you go. That's something to be proud of. Spectacular. Moss says, I just happened upon this channel. What's happening? Well, Moss, I am Castle. This is my tavern. Well, hang on. You're on the YouTube portal, so let's see. We'll do this. Now you're in my tavern, and here we talk about myth and lore and tales of yore, and every now and again I read you all a bedtime story. Tonight we are, or today, whatever it happens to be where you are, we are continuing into The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien, which is why we were in the Shire. And you can find all sorts of story times throughout the tavern on myth and lore and tales of yore, and I hope you'll enjoy them. I love writing poetry for my novels. My most recent poem is a forest who has been killed by a suffocating mist. Oh, wow. It's pronounced mossy. Oh, see, so I got most of it right. There we go. That's awesome. Thank you, Samuel. I don't know if I've ever seen you in before, but I'm glad that you are here, and I hope that you'll stay and enjoy some stories with us. So I have a lot of mental illness I'm trying to vent about it here, but I wanted to tell that in poetry. So work that into a story. Same advice, Jared. Work what you're trying to say into a story, and it can be the story of your life. It can be the story of a struggle. Write that down as a story, and then translate it into poetry. Because poetry is a language. I don't agree that poetry is a style. I think that poetry is a language. So you want to translate your story into poetry. Because all of the best poetry I've ever read it tells a story. Poetry for poetry's sake, I tend to find very boring. But poetry that is written to tell a story is a unique medium of telling a story, I think is better. And that's more of a personal opinion than it is a fact. But the best poetry that I know of, it tells a story. And we waffle. That's true. We waffle quite a bit. As for my book, it'll be likely in December of 2027. I'll message Uno when it's out so I can sneak you to a copy. Also, I solved the issue I was having with the magic system. It was because I hadn't split extrinsic and intrinsic wielding. That sounds very complex. Thank you, Frost. I appreciate you. We are going to run ads, so don't pause them. Poetry is something I write a lot of, and I found it's best that poetry either expresses or evokes emotion, though opinions on poetry vary. I do agree with that, but I think that that is the language of poetry. And you probably write more, I know you definitely write more poetry than I do, Jody. But I think that expressing or evoking emotion is the language of poetry. And I still stand by that good poetry still tells a story, but it is designed to be more visceral and uh more automatic almost. It's designed to be sort of uh yeah, visceral is the word I'll use. It's designed to be more visceral in the way that it affects us than say a novel or a short story would. Poetry is meant to be like a punch. It's meant to really get in there quickly and express that or evoke that emotion from the story. Uh, PJ over on the YouTube portal was saying that he was going to write a comic, Mossy. I was like, oh, I already read that. I already read that, Matty. It's a soft magic system with hard rules. You're going to be butting against your own head with that. I would agree that it should be visceral. The idea of intrinsic wielding is that it's a thing that can being manipulated is the body itself, not something like fire or water. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, yeah, I'll try it that way. I knew you'd have advice for that. I don't know if I'll ever release or show it, but maybe one day. Sometimes you write for you and sometimes you write for other folks. You just have to decide what the goal is when you start. Because writing for you, there doesn't have to really necessarily be anything about it. But when you write for other people, you have to keep the audience in mind when you write. When I get my first poem, would you like to read it and give? Absolutely. Just let me know how in depth you want me to be with critiquing. Because if I give you a professional critique, it might sound mean, but I don't mean it to sound mean. I just when I critique any writing work, I do it to help you improve on the craft. Because my sole focus in any of these things is the craft. I don't necessarily care about the content so much. If I'm not reading it for personal pleasure, I care more about the craft than I do anything else. All right, Twitch friends, we're gonna run 3 minutes of ads so that we will have a full hour without them, and then we will be right back. So hold on for us. I write for me, and yeah, and there are a lot of folk who do. He raises a good point about poetry. I like a poem that tells a story. And I think that that's because human beings, we live, like one of the things that makes us separate from animals is our ability to record and pass on stories. So when something has a story in it, uh, it tends to hit us closer to the heart. It's like all of the good poetry that you'll see throughout history, whether you're looking at C.S. Lewis's poems, whether you're looking at Blake or Frost. God, there's another really famous poet whose name I'm blanking on. But if you read like The Wasteland, these are all poems that are telling a story. And the reason why they are so evocative is because they are telling a story. As deep as you want, if there's anyone I'd trust with that kind of thing, it would be you. Well, I appreciate you, Jared. Petra, the lady and I do editing. We do so first of all, we help people to build brands. We used to. We don't do it so much anymore because we spend a lot of our time running the tavern now. Our goal is to run the tavern full time, but we help people to build brands and businesses. That was something we did for a long time. We help with ad writing and copywriting, things like that. But we also help people learn how to write and tell stories. Because I'm a professional storyteller. I'm classically trained storyteller, and the lady is a professional illustrator and 3D artist and sculptor. So the two of us are our primary medium of work is in storytelling. Um, and I do some line and developmental editing for authors, though I don't typically take clients anymore. I usually just do it as a service. If anybody in the community needs critique or anything like that, I will do it for free in my free time, which I do not have a lot of. But I do allow people to submit their work to me, and if I have time, I will give it a I'll give it a look and go over it. I agree with you, Castle. You can't have poetry without imagery. Fair enough. Good evening, Quirt. Hello, my friend. Cheers to all. Cheers, Crystal. Slancher. Thank you for the round. Crystal buys the tavern a round of drinks. Fill your glasses, my friend. Or Shakespeare, all of his plays are poems. Oh yes, and Ogden Nash. Yeah. So it is like most of Shakespeare's plays are poems, or at least extrapolations of poems. So that's a fair example. As if anyone can outchat me, I'll give you a trophy. You two are literally everything I need in a package, right? Well, that was the idea when we started working together, is that I do like half of these things and she does pretty much the other half. So we were like, oh well, we can work together. And then when we started working together, we realized we really liked each other, and then we got together. For me, poetry is similar to a song. Different cadences and words arrangements evoke different emotions and depths of immersion. The right story or poem truly touches the soul. Absolutely, Mossy. Absolutely. And it's just like a song that's about nothing. Like, you'll get a lot of people who write like pop songs and country songs and hip hop songs, and like techno songs that really don't have any sort of emotion. They're just made for sake of being made. And some of them are catchy and people do enjoy them. But the songs that really hit you in the chest are the ones that have a story to them. They tell a story. Also, speaking of, have you had a chance to read book 2? I have not, Maddie. I've not even been. I was supposed to finish the Twisted Fate stories at the end of last month, and because of all of the delays we've had, I'm not even done with those yet. Oh, Marina, thank you for the bits, love. I appreciate you. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. Thank you kindly. You've been far too generous this readathon. It's all right, Milu. We're just now starting. We just finished ads, so you're good. Do the barkeeps have to clean the floor of the bitties? Yes, you do. You get to keep half of everything you clean up. I can't listen to music or poetry without having a message or something important behind it. I agree. Belinda, hello. No, I don't think we're going to be giving anything away tonight. Unless anybody else still wants an e-copy or a physical copy of the festival's book, because we're all out of prizes. So unless that's something you guys would want, I think that we're all out of stuff to give away. But so you are fine to rest on the tickety talk if you like. Yeah, because we were giving away an ebook every day, so I guess we could do another ebook today, and we could give away one more physical copy of the festival's book, I think, because I have some of these still in stock. The only prize worth winning is your friendship, Castle. Oh, you flatter me, Jared. Well, I guess we're giving away another ebook copy of the book then. I thought everybody already had one, but I guess we'll be giving away another ebook copy of the book this fine evening. And for anyone who's not aware, I come from Ireland. That's where my family is from. I grew up with my grandfather, him and his family are from Norway and from Southern Ireland, and we have a very unique set of traditions they kind of encompass older Norse and Irish traditions, but are very unique to our family. So we wrote a book that covers how the festivals are celebrated by our family. It's just a little handbook introducing people, and we sell these on Amazon and on the Tavern Shop. But we've been giving away a bunch of copies through here because there were a bunch of new folk who didn't have them. And we priced them very cheap so that people can just enjoy the festivals, because they weren't for making money. They were just so that people could enjoy our family festivals. All right, friends. We have finished our ads for the evening. And we've already hit the 20 viewers for the night. So the lady and I will be on for 3 hours this evening. So I'm going to read to you all for an hour. And then the lady is going to take over from me, and she is going to stun and muse you all with tales from Beren and Luthien and the Silmarillion. Everyone should buy a copy there, Labu. Thank you, Milu. I appreciate you. So we'll see I think for the physical copies, Lovey, what do the physical copies cost on Amazon? I think they're like $8 or $9. It was whatever the lowest price Amazon would let us put on it. And I think we make like $1 off of them. And then the ebooks, I think we sell for $4 or $5. I don't remember exactly. They are still available on Amazon, yes. Kayla, hello, yes.
$9. The Kindle version is $5.
Okay, yes, so the paperback is $9 if you're in the US, and the ebook is $5. So there you go. I know it changes based on where you are. I know they're a little more expensive in Australia because Bear's bought quite a few. Shadow Angel, good evening, Castle, out of the blue here. If you've seen Disney's Adventures in Wonderland from the 1990s, your voice reminds me of Wesley Mann, who was Mr. Caterpillar. First of all, Shadow Angel, I haven't seen you in forever, I don't think. It's been a while, but hello, it's good to see you. And I have not seen Adventures in Wonderland. So you can just search for my name if you like. So it's Norse Gaelic Festivals. It looks like this. And it's got my name, JD Castle, at the bottom. And it's called Norse Gaelic Festivals. Oh, the lady can link it, she says. You undersell yourselves? The lady and I are terrible at selling ourselves. We are, and nobody has but Bear and Destiny buy them and give them out as gifts all the time. So there's a lot of them. Yeah, but we'll give away an ebook copy and we'll give away another physical copy as well. How's that? That way there'll be one more giveaway for today for everyone. But yeah, there you go. The lady has linked it, and actually, you know what? I'm gonna grab it here. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'll post it so that everybody everywhere can get it. And that should go out to all of the platforms, I think. Inquiring Mind wants to know, what do the initials JD stand for? Jonathan Dane or Jonatar Dansk is my clan name. Matty, challenge accepted. No, you guys don't. But yeah, the lady and I are terrible at marketing ourselves because we like to just do these things so you guys can just have them. But we do need to be better about marketing things if we ever want to be able to make bigger and better stories for you all. Have you read the Grimm's Brothers tales yet? I have personally read them, and we're actually writing a young adult fiction series based on them. But I have not read them on Storytime, and I haven't read them for Endless Epic yet either. You're up there, Bear. Wesley Mann was a great actor and a good man, so I do intend it as a compliment. I apologize for my extended absence. Work has been crazy. You don't got to apologize for that at all. We appreciate you. Du bleib danskar. Yeah, that was my grandfather changed my name when he adopted me. So I have a birth name, which is my American name. I have a legal American name, which is my birth name. And then my grandfather changed my name when he adopted me. So my legal name in Ireland is different from my legal name in the US because him and my mother never communicated and changed the paperwork. So I have two legal names, which is terribly confusing for all legal paperwork. As an artist, I too am horrible at selling myself. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Rain, hello, good to see you. Made it just in time. We're about to start. All right, let's begin. Chapter 13 of The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien. Not at Home. In the meanwhile, the dwarves sat in darkness, and utter silence fell about them. They ate and little they ate and little they spoke. They could not count the passing of time, and they could scarcely dare to move, for the whisper of their voice echoed and rustled in the tunnel. If they dozed, they woke still to darkness, and to silence going on unbroken. At last, after days and days of waiting, as it seemed, when they were becoming choked and dazed for want of air, they could bear it no longer. They would almost have welcomed the sounds from below of the dragon's return. In the silence, they feared some cunning devilry of his, but they could not sit there forever. Thorin spoke. "Let us try the door," he said. "I must feel the wind on my face soon or die. I think I would rather be smashed by Smaug in the open than suffocate in here." So several of the doors got up and groped back up to where the door had been, but they found that the upper end of the tunnel had been shattered and blocked with broken rock. Neither key nor magic it had once obeyed would ever open that door again. "We're trapped," they groaned. "This is the end. We shall all die here." But somehow, just when the dwarves were most despairing, Bilbo felt a strange lightening in his heart, as if a heavy weight had gone from under his waistcoat. "Come, come," he said. "While there's life, there's hope, as my father used to say, and third time pays for all. I'm going down to the tunnel once again. I've been that way twice, and when I knew there was a dragon on the other end. So I will risk a third, and when I am no longer sure. Anyway, the only way out is down, and I think this time you had better all come with me." In desperation they agreed, and Thorin was the first to go forward by Bilbo's side. "Now do be careful," whispered the hobbit, "and as quiet as you can be. There may be no Smaug at the bottom, but then again, there may be. Don't let us take any unnecessary risks." Down, down they went. The dwarves could not, of course, compare with the hobbit in real stealth, and they made a deal of puffing and shuffling, which echoes magnified alarmingly. But though every now and again Bilbo, in fear, stopped and listened, not a sound stirred below. Near the bottom, as well as he could judge, Bilbo slipped on his ring and went ahead. But he did not need it. The darkness was complete, and they were all invisible, ring or no ring. In fact, so black was it that the hobbit came to an opening unexpectedly and put his hand on air and stumbled forward, and rolled headlong into the hole. There he lay, face downward on the floor, and did not dare to get up or hardly even to breathe. But nothing moved. There was not a gleam of light, unless, as it seemed to him, when at last he slowly raised his head, there was a pale white glint above him and far off in the gloom. But certainly it was not a spark of dragonfire, though the worm stench was heavy in the place, and the taste of vapour was on his tongue. At length Mr. Baggins could bear no longer. "Confound you, Smaug, you worm!" he squeaked loudly. "Stop playing hide and seek. Give me a light, and then eat me if you can catch me." Faint echoes ran round the unseen hall, but there was no answer. Bilbo got up and found that he did not know in what direction to turn. "Now I wonder what on earth Smaug is playing at," he said. "He's not at home today, or tonight, or whatever it is. I do believe, if Oin and Gloin have not lost their tinder boxes, perhaps we can make a little light, and have a look around before our luck turns." "Light!" he cried. "Can anybody make a light?" I'll be listening to your reading as I'm replaying Oblivion. I know so many people who have over 1,000 hours into Oblivion and Skyrim. Speaking of epic tales. The dwarves are always despair. Always. They're so whiny and dramatic. We could have a modern day show, The Real House Dwarves of Moria, or whatever. One of those super dramatic shows. All right. The dwarves, of course, were very alarmed when Bilbo fell forward down the step with a bump into the hole, and they sat huddled just where he had left them at the end of the tunnel. "Shh, shh!" they hissed, when they heard his voice, and though that helped the hobbit find out where they were, it was some time before he could get anything else out of them. But in the end, when Bilbo actually began to stamp on the floor and scream out, "Light!" at the top of his Aziz, light! Sorry. At the top of his shrill voice, Thorin gave way, and Oin and Gloin were sent back to their bundles at the top of the tunnel. After a while, a twinkle gleam showed them returning. Oin with a small pine torch, a light in his hand, and Gloin with a bundle of others under his arm. Quickly, Bilbo trotted to the door and took the torch, but he could not persuade the dwarves to light the others or come to join him yet. As Thorin carefully explained, Mr. Baggins was still officially their expert burglar and investigator, and if he liked to risk a light, that was his affair. They would wait in the tunnel for his report. So they sat near the door and watched. They saw the little dark shape of the hobbit start across the floor, holding his tiny light aloft. Every now and again, when he was still near enough, they caught a glimpse and a tinkle as he stumbled on some golden thing, and the light grew smaller as he wandered away into the vast hall. Then it began to rise, dancing into the air. Bilbo was climbing the great mound of treasure, and soon he stood upon the top, and still went on. Then they saw him halt, stoop for a moment, but they did not know the reason. And here is a little picture of Bilbo finding himself the Arkenstone. Oh, it's hard to get it on TikTok. There you are. Little picture of the Arkenstone for you. Get my head in there. There it is. All right. Lilo Dallas Multipass, yeah. Fifth Element is one of the greatest movies ever made, I think. Definitely in the top 20. It was the Arkenstone, the heart of the mountain. So Bilbo guessed from Thorin's description. But indeed there could not be two such gems. Even in so marvelous a hoard, even in all the world. Ever as he climbed, the same white gleam had shone before him and drawn his feet towards it. Slowly it grew to a little globe of pallid light. Now, as he came near, it was tinged with the flickering sparkle of many colors on its surface, reflected and splintered from the wavering light of his torch. At last he looked down upon it, and it caught his breath. The great jewel shone before his feet of its own inner light, and yet cut and fashioned by the dwarves who had dug it from the heart of the mountain long ago. It took all light that fell upon it and changed it into 10,000 sparks of white radiance, shot in glints of rainbow. Suddenly Bilbo's arm went down towards it, drawn by its enchantment. His small hand would not close about it, for it was large and heavy. But he lifted it, shut his eyes, and put it in his deepest pocket. Now I am a burglar indeed, he thought, but I suppose I must tell the dwarves about it, sometime. They did say I could pick and choose my own share, and I think I would choose this, if they took all the rest. All the same, he had an uncomfortable feeling that picking and choosing was not really been meant to include this marvelous gem, and that trouble would yet come of it. Now he went on again, down the other side of the great mound, and climbed, and the spark of his torch vanished from sight of the watching dwarves. But soon they saw it far away in the distance again. Bilbo was crossing the floor of the hall. He went on until he came to the great doors at the further side, where a draught of air refreshed him. But it almost puffed out his light. He peeped timidly through and caught a glimpse of the great passages and of dim beginnings of wide stairs going up into the gloom. And still there was no sight nor sound of Smaug. He was just going to turn and go back, when a black shape swooped at him, brushed his face, squeaked and started, and then stumbled backwards and fell. His torch dropped downwards and went out. Only a bat, I suppose, and hope, he said miserably. But now what am I to do? which is east and south and north or west. Thorin, Balin, Oin, Gloin, Feely, Keely, he cried as loud as he could, and it seemed a thin little noise in the wide blackness. The light's gone out. Someone come find me and help me. For the moment his courage had failed altogether. Faintly the dwarves heard his small cries, though the only word they could catch was help. "Now what on earth or under it has happened?" said Thorin. "Certainly not the dragon, or he would not go on squeaking." They waited for a moment or two. Still there were no dragon noises. No sound at all, in fact, but Bilbo's distant voice. "Come on!" "Come! One of you get another light or two," Thorin ordered. "It seems we've got to go and help our burglar." "It's about our turn to help," said Balin, "and I'm quite willing to go. Anyway, I expect it's safe for the moment." Gloin lit several more torches, and then they all crept out, one by one, and went along the wall as hurriedly as they could. It was not long before they met Bilbo himself, coming back towards them. His wits had quickly returned as soon as he saw the twinkle of their lights. "Only a bat, and a dropped torch, nothing worse," he said in answer to their questions. Though they were much relieved, they were inclined to be grumpy at being frightened for nothing. But what they would have said if he had told them at that moment about the Arkenstone, I don't know. The mere fleeting glimpses of treasure which they had caught as they went along had rekindled the fire in their dwarvish hearts, and when the heart of a dwarf, even the most respectable, is wakened by gold and by jewels, he grows suddenly bold, and he may become fierce. The dwarves indeed no longer needed any urging. All were now eager to explore the hole while they had the chance. Carmen Butler, Styles Doroka, and Natty Ice, thank you for the follows over on TikTok. Welcome in. You've marked the tavern on your map, and you should be able to find your way back the next time that you seek a story. Good evening, Esther. Good morning to you. I'll just be resting up as my back isn't feeling too good. I've got a heat pad taken on it. Taking it easy. I haven't missed much. No, not much. We're only a few pages in. The real Lord of the Rings was the friends who fell into the volcanoes along the way. Something like that, Machina. Something like that. BRB, gotta get a drink. Go and get it. Make sure you are properly lubricated and hydrated at all times. Let's see. Where was I? Feely and Keely were almost in merry mood, and finding still hanging there many golden harps strung with silver, they took them and struck them, and being magical and also untouched by the dragon, who had small interest in music, was still in tune. The dark hall was filled with a melody that had long been silent, but most of the dwarves were more practical. They gathered gems and stuffed their pockets, and let what they could not carry fall back through their fingers with a sigh. Thorin was not least among these. Always he searched from side to side for something he could not find. It was the Arkenstone, but he spoke of it yet to no one. Now the dwarves, who took down mail and weapons from the walls and armed themselves, royal indeed did Thorin look, clad in a coat of gold-plated rings, with a silver-hafted axe in the belt crusted with scarlet stones. "Mr. Baggins," he cried, "here is your first payment of your reward. Cast off your old coat and put on this." With that, he put on to Bilbo a small coat of mail wrought for some young elf prince long ago. It was of silver steel, which the elves called mithril, and with it went the belt of pearls and crystals, the light helm of figured leather, strengthened beneath the hoop of steel, and studded about the brim with white gems, was set upon the hobbit's head. "I feel magnificent," he thought. but I expect I look rather absurd. How would they laugh on the hill at home? Still, I wish I was looking. I wish there was a looking glass handy. All the same, Mr. Baggins kept his head more clear of the bewitchment of the hoard than the dwarves did. Long before the dwarves were tired of examining the treasure, he became weary of it and sat down on the floor, and began to wonder nervously to what end it would all be. I would give a good many of these precious goblets, he thought, for a drink of something cheering out of one of Bjorn's wooden barrels. Thorin, he cried aloud, what next? We are armed, but what good has any armour ever done against Smaug the Dreadful? This treasure is not yet won back. We are not looking for gold yet, but for a way of escape. And we have tempted luck too long. You speak truth, answered Thorin, recovering his wits. Let us go. I will guide you. Not in 1,000 years should I forget this place. Forget the ways of this palace. Then he hailed the others, and they gathered together, holding their torches above their heads. They passed through the gaping doors, not without many a backward glance of longing. Their glittering mail they had covered again with their old cloaks, and their bright helms with their tattered hoods, and one by one they walked behind Thorin, a line of little lights in the darkness that halted often, listening in fear once more for any rumour of the dragon's coming. Though all the old adornments were long mouldered and destroyed, and though all was befouled and blasted with the comings and goings of the monster, Thorin knew every passage and every turn. Oh, I just realised that the music wasn't going. Go. Turn that down just a wee bit. There. It's down here. Ravensbourne, after my long winter social media hiatus, I have risen from my slumber, and I must say it's nice to tune in and visit the tavern once more. It is good to see you, Raven. I was so very glad that you could join us. My 6-year-old, with a lot of help, made a chocolate mud pie cake, just tasted the stuff and left in the bowl, and added a raspberry. It's so good. It had so much stirring and boiling of milk. Well, that is absolutely wonderful. Dwarven characteristics and courage really changed between The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. Well, one of the big things that changed between The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings is the sort of awareness. So, Gimli is the son of Gloin, and they kind of have more of an awareness of the dragon sickness, right? And Hannah, hello, good to see you, welcome in. And what Thorin and the others get is dragon sickness, but the dragon sickness actually comes from the rings, more or less. Barry, hello, good to see you, welcome in. Because the rings enhanced or it elevated the dwarves' greed. Because the rings that were given to the dwarves could not control the dwarves, as Sauron had intended. But they did, in fact, make the dwarves, it enhanced their more negative traits, which made them easier to manipulate. It was supposed to do the same thing to the elves, but the elves were a little bit more resilient. While they were easily seduced by Anatar, or Sauron when he was in his God of Gifts form, they could not be controlled to the same degree that the men could, because the men fell quickly, and they're the ones who became the Nazgul. All right, where was I? They climbed long stairs and turned and went down wide echoing ways and turned again and climbed yet more stairs and yet more stairs again. These were smooth, cut out of living rock, Broad and fair, and up the dwarves went, and they met no sign of any living thing, only furtive shadows that fled from the approach of their torches fluttering in the draughts. The steps were not made all the same for hobbit legs, and Bilbo was just feeling that he could go on no longer, when suddenly the roof sprang high, and far beyond the reach of their torchlight, a white glimmer could be seen through the opening far above. The air smelled sweeter, and before them light came dimly through the great doors that hung twisted on their hinges, half burnt. "This is the great chamber of Thorir," said Thorin, "the hall of feasting and of council. Not far off is the front gate." They passed through the ruined chamber. Tables were rotting there. Chairs and benches were lying there overturned, charred and decaying. Skulls and bones were upon the floor among flagons and bowls and broken drinking horns and dust. As they came through yet more doors and further in, a sound of water fell upon their ears, and the grey light grew suddenly more full. "There is the birth of the running river," said Thorin. "From here it hastens to the gate. Let us follow." Out of the dark opening in a wall of rock there issued a boiling water, and it flowed swirling in a narrow channel, carved and made straight and deep by the cunning of ancient hands. Beside it ran a stone-paved road, wide enough for many men abreast. Swiftly along this they ran, and round a wide sweeping turn, and behold, before them stood the broad light of day. In front of there rose a tall arch, and still showing the fragments of the old carven work within. Worn and splintered and blackened though it was, a misty sun sent its pale light between the arms of the mountain, and the beams of gold fell on the pavement of the threshold. A whirl of bats, frightened from slumber by their smoking torches, flurried over them, and sprang they forward. Their feet slithered on stones, and rubbed smooth and slimed by the passing of the dragon. Now before them the water fell noisily outward, and foamed down towards the valley. They flung their pale torches to the ground, and stood gazing out with dazzled eyes. They were come to the front gate, and were looking upon Dale.
"Well," said Bilbo, "I never expected to be looking out of this door, and I never expected to be so pleased to see the sun again, and to feel the wind on my face. But oh, the wind is cold."
It was a bitter easterly breeze blew with a threat of oncoming winter. It swirled over and round the arms of the mountain and into the valley, and sighed among the rocks. After their long time in the stewing depths, in the dragon-haunted caverns, they shivered in the sun. Suddenly Bilbo realized that he was not only tired, but also very hungry indeed.
"Seems to be late morning," he said, "and so I suppose it's more or less breakfast time, if there is any breakfast to be had. I don't feel that Smaug's front doorstep is the safest place for a meal. Do let's go somewhere where we can sit in quiet for a bit."
Quite right, said Balin. "And I think I know which way we should go. We ought to make for the old lookout post at the southwest corner of the mountain."
"How far is that?"
asked the hobbit. 5 hours' march, I should think. It'll be a rough going. The road from the gate along the left edge of the stream seems all broken up, but look down there. The river loops suddenly to the east across Dale in front of the ruined town. At that point, there was once a bridge leading to a steep stairs that climbed up to the right bank, and so to the road running towards Raven Hill. There is, or otherwise was, a path left the road and climbed up to the post. A hard climb, too, even if the old steps are still there.
"Dear me," grumbled the hobbit. "More walking and more climbing without breakfast. I wonder how many breakfasts and other meals we have missed inside the nasty, clockless, timeless hole."
As a matter of fact, 2 nights and days 2 nights and the days between had gone by, and not altogether without food, since the dragon smashed the magic door. But Bilbo had quite lost count, and it might have been 1 night or a week of nights for all he could tell. "Come, come," said Thorin, laughing. His spirits had begun to rise again, and he rattled the precious stones in his pockets. "Don't call my palace a nasty hole. You wait till it has been cleaned and redecorated."
"That won't be till Smaug is dead," said Bilbo glumly. "In the meanwhile, where is he? I would give a good breakfast to know. I hope he's not up on the mountain looking down at us."
The idea disturbed the dwarves mightily, and they quickly decided that Bilbo and Balin were right.
"We must move away from here," said Dori. "I feel as if his eyes were on the back of my head."
"It's a cold, lonesome place," said Bomber.
"There may be drink, but I see no signs of food. A dragon would always be hungry in such parts."
Come on, cried the others.
"Let us follow Balin's path."
Under the rocky wall to the right there was no path, so on they trudged, among the stones on the left side of the river, and the emptiness and desolation soon sobered even Thorin again. The bridge that Balin had spoken of they found long fallen, and most of its stones were now only boulders in the noisy stream. But they forded the water without much difficulty, and found the ancient steps, and climbed the high bank. After going a short way, they struck the old road, and before long to the deep dell sheltered among the rocks. There they rested for a while, and had such a breakfast as they could, chiefly cram and water. If you know what cram is, I can only say I don't know the recipe, but it is biscuitish, keeps good indefinitely, and supposed to be sustaining, and is certainly not entertaining, being in fact very uninteresting, except as a chewing exercise. It was made by the lake men for long journeys. Cram is gross. For any of you have not had it, cram is a nasty bit, but it is very nutritious and good to take with you if you have it. After that they went on again, and now the road struck westwards, and left the river, and the great shoulder of the south-pointing mountain spur drew ever nearer. At length they reached the hill path. It scrambled steeply up, and they plodded slowly one behind the other, till at last, in the late afternoon, they came to the top ridge, and saw the wintry sun going downwards to the west. Here they found a flat place, without a wall on 3 sides, but backed in the north by a rocky face, in which there was an opening like a door. From that door there was a wide view east and south and west.
"Here," said Balin. "In the old days we used to always keep watchman, and that door behind leads down to a rock-hewn chamber. That was made here as a guard room. There are several places like it round the mountain, but there seems small need for them for watching in the days of our prosperity, and the guards were made over comfortable, perhaps. Otherwise, we might have had longer warning of coming of the dragon, and things might have been different. Still, here we can now lie hid and sheltered for a while and see much without being seen." "Not much use if we have been seen coming down here,"
said Dori, who was always looking up towards the mountain's peak, as if he expected to see Smaug perched there like a bird on a steeple. "We must take our chance of that," said Thorin. "We can go no further today."
"Here, here,"
cried Bilbo, and flung himself on the ground. In the rock chamber there would have been room for 100, and there was a small chamber further in, more removed from the cold outside. It was quite deserted, not even wild animals seemed to have used it in all the days of Smaug's dominion. There they laid their burdens, and some of them threw themselves down at once and slept. but the others sat near the outer door and discussed their plans. In all their talk, they came perpetually back to one thing. Where is Smaug? They looked west, and there was nothing, and east, there was nothing. And in the south there was no sign of the dragon, but there was a gathering of very many birds. At that they gazed and wondered, but they were no nearer understanding it when the first cold stars came out. Frontier, hello, hello, good to see you. With being a part of the cast at a Ren fair near me, I've started to choose our characters' professions. I've chosen the profession of innkeeper. Well, now a fellow tavern keep. We shall be in good company, Frettier. Dragon of the West, I didn't see you come in, but hello, my friend. Welcome, good to see you. All right. And that ends chapter 13 of The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien. Now, the next chapter is not terribly long. It is, let's see, we've got 300. It is but 11 pages. Do you guys think we can power through another 11 pages quickly? Mariam, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So very glad that you could join us. Sorry, I've been in and out of stream. My littlest keeps stealing my hand to put on his face like a total oddball. Makes sense. It's perfectly acceptable. Perfectly acceptable. Because it does seem that tonight we're only going to be doing 3 hours. And the lady is going to come and take my place here in a minute and read to you all from Beren and Luthien or the Silmarillion, whatever you all choose. It'll be up to you. So let us get as far as we can into... And Strawberry, welcome in, hello. Now, we can, of course, add another hour to this, but that would require same rules as before. So why don't we just hustle right in? Because let's see, how long do we have before we need ads over on the Twitch portal? Also, for everyone who is new, we have portals open on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Kick, and TikTok for your viewing pleasure. Bear, hello. Need to take a drink. Argentine, hello, good to see you. Thank you for the heart, mate, is appreciated. Bear, thank you for the tips to the tavern keeper. Enjoy your Black Dragon mead there. Deeply appreciated. Milu, thank you for the bits. Tips to the tavern keeper, always appreciated. And Bear, you are far too generous, my friend. You've given too much this time around. My boss lasted until the end of the book. Oh, my bits lasted until the end of the book. Well, see, there you go. We do have, I think there is 70 pages left overall. So we're certainly not getting to the end tonight. I will owe you guys another story time to get the rest of the way through. But I think we can do one more chapter. We're just going to power right through it. How dare you try to kill poor Castle? Alright, friends. How fares it, good sir? It fares well. We are on the final day of our Read-A-Thon. It has been wonderful. Lovey, while I am doing... Can you hear me? Whilst I am going about, why don't you go ahead and do the ebook giveaway right now over on Twitch. If you would like to get an ebook copy of our Norse Gaelic Festivals book, head over to the Twitch portal and join them. There's going to be a giveaway for it starting presently. Head on over, and once the giveaway is live, you can enter using !raffle. I had to add some lore to the race into my story Bible. I love the creepy vampire lore I added. Sounds absolutely spectacular. Yes, an ebook. I would like the tankard the mead comes in. Wait, which tankard are we talking about, Bear? !raffle to join the giveaway. It's not a raffle, you don't have to pay anything to enter. You just... Bless you, my darling. You just enter and then you get to win. That is all that is required. All right, let us continue. Chapter 14 of The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien. Fire and Water. Now, if you wish, like the dwarves, to hear news of Smaug, you must go back again to the evening when he smashed the door and flew off in rage, 2 days before. The men of Lake Town, Esgaroth, were mostly indoors, for the breeze was from the black east and chill, but a few were walking on the quays and watching, as they were fond of doing, the stars shine out from smooth patches of the lake as they opened in the sky. From their town, the lonely mountain was mostly screened by low hills at the far end of the lake, through a gap in which the running river came down from the north. Only its high peak could they see clear in clear weather, and they seldom looked at it, for it was ominous and drear even in the light of morning. Now it was lost and gone, blotted in the dark. Suddenly it flickered back into view. A brief glow touched it and faded. "Look," said one. "The lights again. Last night the watchmen saw them start and fade. From the midnight to the dawn. Something is happening up there." "Perhaps the king under the mountain is forging gold," said another. "It's long since he went north. It is time the songs began to prove themselves again." "Which king?" said another with a grim voice. "As like as not, it is a marauding fire of dragons, and the only king under the mountain we've ever known." "Ah, you're always foreboding gloomy things," said the others. "Anything from floods to poisoned fish. Think of something cheerful." Then suddenly a great light appeared in the low place in the hills, and the northern end of the lake turned golden. "The king beneath the mountain!" they shouted. "His wealth is like the sun, his silver like a fountain, his river golden run. The river's running gold from the mountain!" they cried, and they were going to be disappointed. And everywhere windows were opening and feet were hurrying. There was once more a tremendous excitement and enthusiasm, but the grim-voiced fellow ran hot-foot to the master. "The dragon is coming, or I'm a fool!" he cried. "Cut the bridges! To arms! To arms!" Then warning trumpets were suddenly sounded and echoed along the rocky shores. The cheering stopped, and the joy was turned to dread. So it was that the dragon did not find them quite unprepared. Before long, so great was his speed, they could see him as a spark of fire rushing towards them, and growing ever huger and more bright. And not the most foolish doubted that the prophecies had gone rather wrong. Still they had little time. Every vessel in the town was filled with water, and every warrior was armed, every arrow and dart was ready, and the bridge to the land was thrown down and destroyed. Before the roar of Smaug's terrible approach grew loud, the lake rippled red as fire beneath the awful beating of his wings. Amid shrieks and wailing and shouts of men, he came over them, swept toward the bridges, and was foiled. The bridge was gone, and his enemies were on an island in the deep water. Too deep and dark and cool for his liking. If he plunged into it, a vapor and steam would arise enough to cover all the land with a mist for days. But the lake was mightier than he. It would quench him before he could pass through it. Roaring, he swept back over the town. A hail of dark arrows leapt up and snapped and rattled on his scales and jewels, and their shafts fell back, and kindled by his breath, burning to the hissing into the lake. No fireworks you ever imagined equaled the sights that night. At the twanging of bows and the shrilling of trumpets, the dragon's wrath blazed to the heights, till he was blind and mad with it. No one had dared to give battle to him for many ages, nor would they have dared, if it had not been for the grim-voiced man, Bard was his name, who ran to and fro cheering on the archers and urging the master to order them to fight to the last arrow. Fire leapt from the dragon's jaw, and he circled for a while high in the air. Above them, lighting all the lake and the trees by the shores, shone like copper and like blood, with leaping shadows of dense black at their feet. Then down he swooped, straight through the arrow storm, reckless in his rage, taking no heed to turn his scaly sides towards his foes, seeking only to set their town ablaze. Fire leaped from thatched roofs and wooden beams' ends, and he hurtled past, and down and past and round again, though all had been drenched with water before he came. Once more water was flung by the hundreds of hands wherever a spark appeared. Back swirled the dragon, a sweep of his tail, and the roof of the great house crumbled and smashed down. Flames unquenchable sprang high into the night. Another swoop, and another, and another, and another house, and then another sprang afire and fell, and still no arrow hindered Smaug or hurt him more than a fly from the marshes. Alpha Raptor, thank you for the follow over on the TikTok portal. You have now marked us on your map. You should be able to find your way back the next time that you seek a story. Hello, Hippie. Good evening and good weekend. I hope that yours has been good as well. Thank you for the heartbeat. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. And here's a lovely illustration of Smaug attempting to destroy the houses, and I believe that's him falling into the steam as well. TikTok's going to have trouble with it. There we are. This is the illustrated edition of the book by Jemima Catlin, and it is quite lovely. Already men were jumping into the water on every side. Women and children were being huddled into laden boats in the market pool. Weapons were flung down, and there was mourning and weeping. Where but a little time ago old songs of mirth had come and been sung about dwarves, and now men cursed their name. The master himself was turning his great gilded boat, hoping to row away in the confusion and save himself. Soon all the town would be deserted and burned down to the surface of the lake. That was the dragon's hope. They could all get into boats. For all he cared, there he would have fine sport hunting them, and they could stop till they starved. Or they could stop until they starved. Let them try and get to land, and he would be ready. Soon he would set the shoreland woods ablaze, and wither every field and pasture. Just now he was enjoying the sport of town baiting more than he could enjoy anything in years. But there was still a company of archers that held their ground among the burning houses. Their captain was Bard, grim-voiced and grim-faced, whose friends had accused him of prophesying floods and poisoned fish, though they knew his worth and courage. He was a descendant in the long line of Geryon, Lord of Dale, whose wife and child had escaped down the running river from the ruin long ago. Now he shot a great yew bow, till his arrows were but one spent. The flames were near him, his companions were leaving him. He bent his bow at the last, and suddenly, out of the dark, something fluttered to his shoulder. He started, but it was only an old thrush. Unafraid, it perched by his ear, and it had brought him news. Marveling, he found he could understand its tongue, for he was of the race of Dale.
Wait, 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 it said to him. The moon is rising. Look for the hollow on the left breast as he flies and turns above you.
And while Bard paused in wonder, it told him of tidings up in the mountain, and all that it had heard. Then Bard drew his bowstring to his ear. The dragon was circling back, flying low, and as he came, the moon rose above the eastern shore, and silvered his great wings. "Arrow," said the bowman, "Black Arrow, I have saved you for the last. You have never failed me, and have always recovered you. I have had you from my father, and he from of old. If ever you came from the forges of the true king under the mountain, go now and speed well." The dragon swooped once more, lower than ever, and as he turned and dived down, his belly glittered white with the sparkling fires of gems in the moon. But not in one place. The great bow twanged, the black arrow sped straight from the string, straight for the hollow left abreast, where the foreleg was flung wide. In it smote and vanished, barb, shaft, and feather, so fierce was its flight. With a shriek that deafened men, felled trees, and split stone, Smaug shot spouting into the air, turned over and crashed down from a high in ruin. Full on the town he fell, his last throws splintered into sparks and glades. The lake roared in, the vast steam leapt up, white in the sudden dark under the moon. There was a hiss, a gushing whirl, and then silence. And that was the end of Smaug and Esgaroth, but not of Bard. The waxing moon rose higher and higher. The wind grew loud and cold. It twisted the white fog into bending pillars and hurrying clouds and drove it off to the west to scatter in the tattered shreds over the marshes before Mirkwood. Then the many boats could be seen dotted the surface of the lake, and down the wind came the voices of the people of Esgaroth, lamenting their lost town and goods and ruined houses. But they had really much to be thankful for they had thought of it, though it could hardly be expected that they should. Just then, 3/4 of the people of the town had at least escaped alive. Their woods and fields and pastures and cattle and most of their boats remained undamaged, and the dragon was dead. What that meant had not yet been realized. Strawberry, thank you for the follow. I hope you have enjoyed your time with us, and you have marked the tavern on your map and should be able to find your way back the next time you seek a story. Rinny, thank you for the heart. I'm guessing I missed a bunch so far. Not terribly much. Just the dwarves traveling through the lonely mountain, and then now the death of Smaug. All right, friends, we're going to run ads quickly over on the Twitch portal. It'll be 3 minutes, and then we'll have an hour without it. I'm going to finish this chapter, sing you a song, and then the lady will take over for me. So let's go ahead and run those ads briefly, and then we will return. And at the end, I'll also announce the winner of the Tavern Festival's ebook. So, give us just your moment of your time, and we shall return. Frost is too fast for you, Captain. Frost is definitely a well-trained and apt barkeep, to be sure. To enter, you have to go over to Twitch to enter in. We can't do giveaways on any of the platforms except for Twitch. I apologize, Mama2Live. You got to go over to Twitch, !raffle, in order to get in. And I think, how much longer do we have in the raffle that's going on, Lovey? It should be nearly done, I think. 30 seconds left. We will have one more giveaway this evening. So if you want to enter, you have to be on Twitch. And we'll have one more giveaway. The last giveaway of the Read-A-Thon will be another Norse Gaelic Festivals book for mine and the ladies. He's pretty quick, though, and getting quicker. Yes, he is. Had to wrestle a hand from the littlest and smash the blister on the keyboard. Well, she does have a slight injury on her hand, that is true. All right, and so the raffle is won. At the end of the ads, I will Mythical Meddler, hello and welcome in. Thank you for the follow. In just a moment too late, Belinda. It just ended. And Mama 2 Live, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you for that. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. Kind of hoping I burned up a fingerprint or two. Could get away with crimes, perhaps. Mythical Meddler, greetings. Greetings to you. Welcome in. I am Castle. This is my tavern, and here we talk about myth and lore and tales of yore. Every now and again, I read you all a bedtime story. My daughter finally helped me with my book, and I have started reading it. Well, good, Hippie. I hope that you will enjoy. It is not as exhaustive as I would have liked it to be, but it does have a great many of the things that we are that we hold dear to our heart in the festivals of the year. So, and the recipes tend to be especially beloved. A great many folk in the tavern make these recipes throughout the year, so it is one. We'll know in just a minute. I'm waiting for the ads to finish running Chemins, and then we will announce the winner. Tried multiple times on my iPhone, but it didn't go through. I don't know why the messages keep failing when I use the iPhone. iPhone has a weird verification thing when it comes to Twitch and other live stream platforms. You may have to go through and do a verification in the App Store or something. So it is silly. Dylan, hello and welcome in. It's good to see you. Welcome. No. You're all right, Kemins. You're all right. We have 5 seconds left. At the end of the 5 seconds, I will announce. Moon Katsu, hello and welcome in. You've marked us on your map. You should be able to find the tavern again the next time that you seek a story. Alright, the next giveaway, the final giveaway for the Read-A-Thon will be in about an hour, friends. Unless we somehow manage to get to the 30 viewer mark for any amount of time and we get another hour in. Yeah, I can't afford to turn it on presently. I'm not sure what you mean, Mama 2 Live. Twitch is free. And you can watch on Twitch for free. None of the giveaways cost any money. Nothing. It doesn't cost anything to be on any of the platforms. How does a person become a barkeep? Once you have been a part of the community, Tyson, for more than a year, and a regularly participating in the community, you can become a barkeep. You can apply to be a barkeep, and as long as you remain active in the community, you get to keep your barkeep status. So. Kate S, thank you for the follow over on TikTok. It is appreciated. What's your name on Twitch? Name on Twitch is Black Dragon Tavern Gaming. So there is another Black Dragon Tavern. It's not us. It's an old D&D group that doesn't exist anymore. But you can find us over on Twitch, Black Dragon Tavern Gaming. It won't be that forever, but until the end of the Read-A-Thon, it will be that. And if you follow, even after we change the name, you'll still be following us. Angie, thank you for the follow over on TikTok. You've marked the tavern on your map. You should be able to find us the next time that you need a story. Of course, Pyro. It's my pleasure. Does this mean I'm free advertising? You very well could be, Matty. It's a super secret recipe. Sadly, fudge itself wouldn't make it to you safely. Yeah, probably not. Alright, my love, would you like to announce the winner? The winner is 3, 2, 1. Tyson! Well played, my friend. Tyson has found himself with an ebook copy of Black Tavern Gaming. Yeah, it's alright. It's very long. That's one of the reasons why we're either going to shorten it or make it a little bit more sensical. Congratulations, Tyson. You have won an ebook copy of the Tavern's Festival Guide. Of course, message the lady and she will make sure that you get it. Yeah, so Stephanie, you should either have a message from the lady or I, but send a message to the lady and just here on Twitch, and she will make sure you get your code if you don't have it already. Thank you for the follow, Pyro Wicked, coming over from the TikTok portal. Excellent. Spectacular. Yes, the next giveaway will be in 1 hour. We're going to finish this chapter in The Hobbit, and then I will sing you all a song. I'm going to sing you The Misty Mountains, and then the lady is going to take over, and she'll be reading to you all from... Or she can read from the rest of The Hobbit. It's up to you guys. You guys can pick. But she can either do Beren and Luthien, or... the Silmarillion, or we can do the rest of The Hobbit. It's up to you guys. She can keep reading from The Hobbit, I guess I should say. She's not going to finish it tonight. But, yes, The Hobbit. All right, where were we? They gathered in mournful crowds upon the western shore, shivering in the cold wind, and the complaints and anger were against the master, who'd left the town so soon while some were still willing to defend it. He may have had a good head for business, but especially his own business, murmured some. But he's no good when anything serious happens, and they praised the courage of Bard and his last mighty shot. If only he'd not been killed, they all said. We would make him a king. Bard the dragon shooter of the line of Girion. Alas, that he is lost. And in the very midst of their talk, a tall figure stepped from the shadows and was drenched with water. His black hair hung wet over his face and shoulders, and a fierce light was in his eyes. Bard is not lost, he cried. He dived from Asgargoth. When the enemy was slain, I am Bard of the line of Girion. I am the slayer of the dragon. King Bard! King Bard! They shouted, but the master ground his chattering teeth. Girion was Lord of Dale, not King of Asgareth, he said. In the Lake Town we've always elected masters from among the old and wise, and I've not endured the rule of mere fighting men. Let King Bard go back to his own kingdom. Dale is not freed by his valour, and nothing hinders his return. And any that wish can go with him, and if they prefer cold stones under the shadow of the mountain to the green shores of the lake, the wise will stay here and hope to rebuild our town and enjoy again a time of peace and riches. We will have King Bard! The people near at hand shouted in reply. We've had enough of the old men and the money counters, and the people further up took off in the cry. Up the bowmen and down with their money bags! Till the clamour echoed all along the shore. I am the last man to undervalue Bard the bowman, said the master warily, for Bard now stood close beside him. He has tonight earned an eminent place in roll of the benefactors of our town, and he is worthy of most imperishable songs. But why, O people? And here the master rose to his feet and spoke very loud and clear. Why am I to get all your blame? For what fault am I to be disposed? Who aroused the dragon from his slumber, I might ask? Who obtained from us rich gifts and ample help, and led us to believe that the old songs could come true? Who played on our soft hearts and our pleasant fancies? What sort of gold have they sent down the river to reward us? Dragon fire and ruin! From whom should we claim our recompense of our damage, and aid for our widows and orphans? As you see, the master had not got his position for nothing. The rest of his words was that, for the moment, the people quite forgot their idea of a new king and turned their angry thoughts towards Thorin and his company. Wild and bitter words were shouted from many sides, and from those who had before sung the old songs loudest, were now heard as loudly crying that the dwarves had stirred the dragon against them deliberately. Fools, said Bard, why waste words and wrath on those unhappy creatures? Doubtless they perished first in the fire, before Smaug came to us. Then, even as he was speaking, the thought came into his heart of the fabled treasure of the mountain lying without guard or owner, and he fell suddenly silent. He thought of the master's words, and of Dale rebuilt and filled with golden bells, if he could but find the men. At length he spoke again. There is no time for angry words, master, and for those considering weighty plans of change. There is work to do, and serve you still. I serve you still, though after a while I may think again on your words and go north, with any that will follow me. Then he strode off to help in the ordering of the camps and in the care of the sick and wounded. But the master scowled at his back as he went, and remained sitting on the ground. He thought much and said little, unless it was to call loudly for men to bring him fire and food. Now everywhere Bard went, he found talk running like fire among the people concerning the vast treasure that was now unguarded. Men spoke of the recompense for all their harm, that they would soon get from it, and wealth over, and to spare with which to buy rich things from the south. And it cheered them greatly in their plight. That was as well, for the night was bitter and miserable. Shelters could be contrived for few. The master had one, and there was little food. Even the master went short. Many took ill of wet and cold and sorrow that night, and afterwards died. Who had escaped uninjured from the ruin of the town? And in the days that followed there was much sickness and great hunger. Meanwhile Bard took the lead, and ordered things as he wished, though always in the master's name. And he had a hard task to govern the people and direct the preparations for the protection and housing. Probably most of them would have perished in the winter that now hurried after autumn, if help had not been to hand. But help came swiftly, for Bard at once had speedy messengers sent up the river to the forest to ask the aid of the King of Elves of the Wood, and these messengers had found a host already on the move, although it was only the third day after the fall of Smaug. The Elven King had received news from his own messengers and from the birds that loved his folk, and already knew much of what had happened. Very great indeed was the commotion among all things with wings that dwelt on the borders of the desolation of the dragon. The air was filled with circling flocks, and their swift flying messengers flew here and there and across the sky. Above the borders of the forest there was whistling, crying, and piping. Far over Mirkwood tidings spread, "Smaug is dead!" Leaves rustled and startled ears were lifted. Even before the Elven King rode forth, news had passed west right to the pine woods of the Misty Mountains. Bjorn had heard it in his wooden house, and the goblins were at council in their caves.
What? That will be the last we ever hear of Thorin Oakenshield, I fear, said the king. He would have done better to remain my guest. It is an ill wind all the same, he added, that blows no one any good.
For he too had not forgotten the legend of the wealth of Thorir. So it was that Bard's messengers found him now marching with many spearmen and bowmen, and crows were gathered thick above him, for they thought that the war was awakening again, such as had not been in those parts for a long age. But the king, when he received the prayers of Bard, had pity, for he was a lord of good and kindly people. So turning his march, which had been first directed towards the mountains, he hastened now down the long river of the long lake. He had not boats or rafts enough for his host, and they were forced to go the slower by way of foot, but great store of goods had sent ahead by water. Still elves are light-footed, and though they were not in these days much used to the marches and the treacherous lands between the forest and the lake, their going was swift. Only 5 days after the death of the dragon, they came upon the shores and looked on the ruins of the town. Their welcome was good, as may be expected, and men and their master were ready to make any bargain for the future in return of the Elven King's aid. Their plans were soon made. With the women and the children, the old and the unfit, the master remained behind, and with him were some men of crafts and many skilled elves. And they busied themselves felling trees and collecting timber from down the forest. Then they set about raising many huts by the shore against the oncoming winter, and also under the master's direction they began planning a new town designed more fair and large than ever before, but not in the same place. They removed the northward higher up the shore, for ever after they had a dread of the water where the dragon lay. He would never again return to his golden bed, but was stretched cold as stone and twisted upon the floor of the shallows. There, for ages, his huge bones could be seen in the water, in calm weather amid the ruined piles of the old town. But few dared to cross the cursed spot, and none dared to dive the shivering water or recover the precious stones that fell from his rotting carcass. But all the men of arms who were still able, and most of the elven king's array, got ready to march north to the mountain. It was thus that the elven days from the ruin of the town, the head of their host, passed the rock gates and the end of the lake, and came into the desolate lands. And so ends chapter 13, and we see here the image of Smaug laying dead at the bottom of the lake. Oh, what a spectacular story, my friends. Let's see. Bear, thank you for the bits, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you kindly. Michael Woodruff, thank you for the follow over on TikTok. You've joined the tavern and marked us on your map. You should be able to find your way back the next time you seek a story. Canadian Necktie X, thank you for the heart me. Tips to the tavern keeper, always appreciated. I'd take that then. Personally, I think ibuprofen works better. I have to go. I think my son broke. Well, that's not good. Go and take care, hippie. I hope that all is well. Love you as well. Hopefully that turns out all right. I cashed in a cat tax. Of course you did, Matty. You're a troublemaker. Marina and Crystal, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Again, tips to the tavern keeper, always appreciated, my friend. Now I get to introduce to you all, some of you for the first time, the lovely lady of the tavern. Santana, hello, my friend. Welcome. Good to see you. Are you all ready to meet your kind and beloved lady? And she come and give unto you the grace of her presence? Bro, my foot is hurting. Are you taking care of it, Santana? And making sure that you take mine to relax and let it heal? Bear, thank you for the bits, my friend. I appreciate you. Queen Loyal, thank you for the follow over on TikTok. Again, you've marked us on your map. Should be able to find your way back the next time that you seek a story. Thank you, hippie. I appreciate you. I need to rest up. Enjoy your night, Castle. Good night, Esther. I appreciate you dropping in. We hit a deer at 35 miles per hour. That is something. Don't do that, Santana. Avoid it if you can. Try not to run over deer. It's almost as damaging to you as it is to them. On a motorcycle. Santana, good lord. Coming in to tell me that you have just been in a motorcycle accident where you slammed into a deer. Good God, man. To be fair, my knee rang it. Yeah, Santana. That's the thing that scares me most about riding a bike where I live. I love riding motorcycles. I would never ride a motorcycle because people drive like idiots and there's too many things that could go wrong. Avoid it or drive faster of the other. Wait, motorcycle, are you okay? Right. He's definitely not okay. He's going to say he's fine, but he's definitely not okay. I'm thankful I didn't roadside it. It hit me on the right side. Good God. Good God, Santana. Marina, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Oh. Good Lord. All right. Let me bring you your lady, my friends. Or my lady, rather. But she's also your lady. She's your lady in the sense that she is the tavern's lady. Huh? You shall have it, my love. Yeah, while you guys wait for the lady to come sit down, I'll put her playlist on. Careful with your ears.
Under the weight of a silver bone, the adder wakes in its house of stone. A ribbon of glass, a shivering babe, is drinking the mist and the firstborn rain of a mountain is shedding its mantle of white as the river uncoils in the pale morning light. Rise from the deep, oh silver thread, wake every root from its frozen bed. The ice is a skin that is peeling away to leave the green heart of a new coming day. Flow, little serpent, flow to the sea, set the heart of the valley free. The calic retreats to her cave in the mist, where the frost and the shadows have finally kissed. She leaves her blue staff in the mud and the clay, as the sun warmth of breed washes winter away. The pulse of the forest is starting to beat in the rhythm of water and soft cloven feet. Drip by drip, the winter dies. 1,000 mirrors for the skies, from the smallest crack to the widest bay. The serpent of spring is finding its way. Rise from the deep, oh silver thread, wake every root from its frozen bed. The ice is a skin that is peeling away to reveal the green heart of a new coming day. Flow, little serpent, flow to the sea, set the heart of the valley free.
And here, so I present to you the lovely lady of the tavern. She is beauty, she is grace.
Not so much that, but
Turn the music down because it's very loud. Oh, I didn't turn off the other music, so that's not good. They said two musics blasting in their ears.
it's funny. Hello. How is everyone doing? What did you guys decide we're reading?
So yes, you guys have a few options. She can continue on in The Hobbit, since there aren't a whole lot of voices to do all the way up to the end. Though I will insist that she do an actual Gandalf voice if she does.
How am I gonna do that?
You do your best Ian McKellen impression. You silly
Oh,
hobbit,
no,
Bilbo Baggins!
No. My Molly Sue. Of course it's coffee, Maddie.
Uh,
Of course it's coffee.
or she can read to you all from the Silmarillion.
A tribble? What is a tribble? Hello, Rain. And Erin. And Stephanie. And Santana. Stop getting in accidents.
Yes,
And
please.
Fallen Crow. Hello. And Milu. And Hannah. Hello.
Or you guys can have Beren and Luthien. Oh, it was showing on TikTok, but it wasn't over there. So you guys can have Beren and Luthien, which is the origin tale. You can have the Silmarillion. Obviously, she's not going to be able to read all of it, but she's going to read from it, or she can continue on with The Hobbit.
No
So
promises.
what would you guys like? A true gentleman, ye are tavern keeper. Oh, thank you, Barry. I appreciate you, my friend.
Can you turn these on the lower? Please?
It is far easier to be a gentleman when I have such a wonderful, gentle lady at my behest.
You want me to continue with the Hobbit with all of the male dwarves and wizards? I can't do those voices. I can't do those voices.
Oh, the Tribble were the fuzzy things that took over the Starship Enterprise in Star Trek. So she said, it looks like you're sitting on a Tribble. They're little fuzzy things.
I see.
So let's get a consensus,
Give it a
guys.
shot.
Let's get a consensus, guys. Do we want Silmarillion, Beren and Luthien, or the Hobbit? Just make the dwarves ladies. There are no lady dwarves, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, see, they want continued Hobbit. You should have just stayed on here.
Well, but they had to have some of you.
We need to hear the Gandalf voice. How many? You don't really have that much left.
Nope. That's what I said. There's not really all that much left to go.
You should have just finished it.
Oh, I did promise I would give them a song before I left, though.
Oh,
So I'll sing from behind you.
okay.
We'll do Misty Mountains.
Well, apparently there could be, but they have beards.
Yeah, there are only.
But in Norse mythology, there are no female dwarves because they are born from the earth, right?
Right.
Yes.
And
So,
Tolkien's origin myths for his dwarves follow the same thing.
thank you, Hannah.
And then Hillary Potter gave you a little heart me over on TikTok.
Oh. Oh, thank you, Hillary Potter, for the heart. I didn't see it pop up.
Let they decide a tribble. Okay, we're gonna do Misty Mountain real quick.
Alright, Misty Mountain. Warm over here.
It is warm over here. Partially my fault. Far over the misty mountains cold, to dungeons deep and caverns old, we must away ere break of day, to find our long forgotten gold. This is the Peter Hollins version, so it's a little bit shorter. The pines were roaring on the height. The winds were moaning in the night. The fire was red, it flaming spread. The trees like torches blaze with light. The wind was on the withered heath, but in the forest stirred no leaf. Their shadows lay, be night or day, and dark things silent crept beneath. The wind went on from west to east, all movement in the forest ceased, but shrill and harsh across the marsh, its whistling voices were released. Farewell we call to hearth and hall. The wind may blow and rain may fall. We must away ere break of day. Far o'er the wood and mountain tall, far over the misty mountains cold, to dungeons deep and caverns old, we must away ere break of day, to find our long forgotten gold. Thank you for the song, my friends. Absolutely lovely. You need 2 flights, one to kick his butt and then one to come visit here. I heard my hand moving as well. It's not a good time for me. I'm now just chewing on ice. From what I could see of your mug, milady, it's pretty. Yes. So if you watch the Breed's Blessing episode, obviously it's green, so it's getting blacked out by the magic. It's a bunch of little shamrocks with a Celtic braid there on the edge. It's lovely, and it's a hand fired little bit of ceramic mug. It's quite lovely. As a gentleman raven, I would suggest it is always the fair lady's choice of what she should read. That is fair indeed. Wonderful rendition, my friend. Well, thank you kindly, Crow. Appreciate you for that. Beautiful and tranquil as always, Castle. Absolutely my pleasure. So, you believe it or not, we got this at a home goods store. It was in the overflow things at a home goods store. She found this. It was the only one that was in there too. There were no other ones like it. Bear, thank you for the bits, brother. I appreciate you. Tips to the tavern keeper, always appreciated. Thank you kindly, my friend. Again, being far too generous, but we do appreciate it. Molly, thank you for the 15 stream streak, by the way. Thank you kindly for that. Okay. Matt here, I owe you a kitty cat. Let me see if I can find one of them. Oh, I see one. He's perched where he's not supposed to be. Let's see if I can snatch it. I bring to you the grumpy old man who does not want to be here.
We'll take him.
Once Mom sits down, he'll be more likely to want to stay with you guys.
Yeah.
Will you stop? Calm down.
Come here.
Calm down. Here, put him on.
Come
Put him on.
No. It's okay. It's okay. Come on. He's like, I don't know.
Being a butthead.
Come sit with me.
Cassandra, hello, hey. Sorry I'm
It's like,
late.
no,
Been a busy last couple
done.
of days. That's quite all right.
Okay. Well, I am not going to be able to do The Hobbit as well as Castle does it. I'm
She'll
going
do
to
it
tell
10
you that
times.
right now.
She'll do it 10 times better than me.
No, I won't. Everyone loves listening to your voices. I don't really have voices for dwarves. It was a little harder when I read, easier when I read Harry Potter to Everett. Because you could just do silly voices most of the time.
Yeah. The only rule is that the dwarves have to sound Scottish, and you have to try and sound like Ian McKellen for Gandalf.
Yeah,
Everybody else is fine.
I don't think that's gonna work.
Give me your goofiest Scottish accent. Nobody will be offended, I promise.
I don't have one. I don't have a Scottish accent.
Just say, how are you, but say
Hello,
it all from
actually.
the back of your throat. So it's,
My
how
son's
are
doing
you?
well. He's hanging out with his friends.
How are you? How are you?
How are you?
How are you?
How are you?
How are you?
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. The Gathering of the Clouds. Alright. Now we will return to Bilbo and the dwarves. All night one of them had watched, but when morning came they had not heard or seen any sign of danger. But ever more thickly the birds were gathering. Their companies came flying from the south, and the crows that still lived about the mountain were wheeling and crying unceasingly above. "Something strange is happening," said Thorin. "The time is gone for the autumn wanderings, and these are birds that dwell always in the land. There are starlings and flocks of finches, and far off there are many carrion birds, as if the battle were afoot." Yeah, thanks, Stephanie. Suddenly Bilbo pointed out. "There's that old thrush again," he cried. "He seems to have escaped when Smaug smashed the mountainside, but I don't suppose the snails have." Sure enough, the old thrush was there, and as Bilbo pointed, he flew towards them and perched on a stone nearby. Then he fluttered his wings and sang. Then he cocked his head on one side as if to listen, and again he sang, and again he listened. "I believe he is trying to tell us something," said Balin. "But I cannot follow the speech of such birds. It is very quick and difficult. Can you make it out, Baggins?" "Not very well," said Bilbo. As a matter of fact, he could not make nothing of it at all. "But the old fellow seems very excited." "I only wish he was a raven," said Balin. "I thought you did not like them. You seemed very shy of them when we came this way before." "Those were crows, and nasty, suspicious-looking creatures at that, and rude as well. You must have heard the ugly names they were calling after us, but the ravens are different. There used to be a great friendship with them and the people of Thror, and they often brought us secret news, and were rewarded with such bright things as they coveted to hide in their dwellings. They live many a year." I know, I guess it's still Balin. Yeah. "They live many a year, and their memories are long, and they hand on their wisdom to their children. I knew many among the ravens of the rocks when I was a dwarf lad. This very height was once named Ravenhill, because there was a wise and famous pair, old Kark and his wife, that lived here and above the guard chamber. But I don't suppose that any of that ancient breed linger here now." No sooner had he finished speaking than the old thrush gave a loud call, and immediately flew away. "We may not understand him, but that old bird understands us, I'm sure," said Balin. "Keep watch now, and see what happens." Before long there was a fluttering of wings, and back came the thrush, and with him came a most decrepit old bird. He was getting blind, he could hardly fly, and the top of his head was bald. He was an aged raven of great size. He alighted stiffly on the ground before them, slowly flapped his wings, and bobbed towards Thorin. "You love crows?" Well, apparently Balin does not, so... How does one do a raven voice?
You can make it kind of.
How are you? No!
Do you want me to read the raven? I'll read the raven.
Okay, do the raven.
What does it say?
That's on the second page.
On the second page. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Thorin, son of Thrain, and Balin, son of Fundin.
He croaked, and Bilbo could not understand what he said, for he used ordinary language and not bird speak.
I am Rock, son of Kark. Kark is dead, but he was well known to you once. It was 100 years ago, and 53 since I came out of the egg. But I do not forget that my father once told me, now I am chief of the great ravens of the mountain. We are few, but we remember the king that was of old. Most of my people are abroad, for there are great tidings in the south. Some are tidings of joy to you, some will not think so good.
Okay, there you go. Wait. Hang on.
Behold, the birds are gathering back out to the mountain, and to Dale from east and south and west. The words have gone out that Smaug is dead.
Okay, and you're there.
Okay.
The dwarves.
See, you shouldn't have asked me to do The Hobbit. Now you're not going to enjoy Castle finishing this for you.
It's all right.
No. Dead? Dead? Shouted the dwarves. Dead? Then we have been in needless fear, and the treasure is ours. They all sprang up and began to caper about for joy. Oh, is the raven's name Rook?
Rock, yeah.
Rook? I can't do- There's no way!
You got it, don't be embarrassed. You can croak like a raven. I'm
No, I
certain of it.
can't. I can do, obviously, like, high voices, but
Give him your highest voice.
whatever that was that you did, that is not in my skill set. So,
It's a croak. It's like a frog. Like, for a frog, you would go...
I
you'd go
can't
deeper.
croak like a frog either. You can, we believe in you? Oh gosh, I don't know why. I don't know why you believe in me over this. But, I don't know. I'm gonna just go with the house elf voice, maybe. Do it. Yeah. Yes, dead, said Rock. The thrush, may his feathers never fall, saw him die, and we may trust his words. He saw him fall in battle with the men of Esgaroth, the third night back from now at the rising of the moon.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. Okay. It was some time before Thorin could bring the dwarves to be silent and listen to the raven's news. You guys are so strange. At length, when he had told all the tale of the battle, he went on. So much for joy, Thorn Oakenshield. You may go back to your holes in safety. All the treasure is yours, for the moment. But many are gathering hither beside the birds. The news of the death of the Guardian has already gone far and wide, and the legend of the wealth of Thror has not lost in its telling during many years. Many are eager for a share of the spoil. Already a host of the elves is on the way, and carrion birds are with them, hoping for battle and slaughter. By the lakemen murmur that their sorrows are due to the dwarves, for they are homeless and many have died, and Smaug has destroyed their town. They too think to find amends from your treasure, whether you are alive or dead. You guys talking about feeding the crows? Your own wisdom must decide your course, but 13 small remnant of the great folk of Dorin that once dwelt here, and now are scattered far. You will listen to my counsel. You will not trust the master of the lakemen, but rather him that shot the dragon with his bow. Bard is he for the race of Dale, of the line of Gilroyan. He is a grim man, but true. We would see peace once more among dwarves and men and elves after the long desolation. But it may cost you dear in gold, I have spoken. Then Thorin burst forth in anger. Our thanks, Roic Coxon. You and your people shall not be forgotten, but none of our gold shall thieves take or the violent carry off while we are alive. If you would earn our thanks still more, bring us news of any of that draw near. Also I would beg of you, if any of you are still young and strong of wing, that you would send messengers to our kin in the mountains of the north, both west from here and east, and tell them of our plight. But go specially to my cousin Dane in the Iron Hills, for he has many people well armed, and dwells nearest to this place. Bid him hasten. I will not say if this counsel be good or bad, croaked Roic, but I will do what can be done. Then off he slowly flew. Probably barely, it sounds like he's on his last legs. Back now to the mountain, cried Thorin. We have little time to lose. And little food to use, cried Bilbo, always practical on such points. In any case, he felt that the adventure was, properly speaking, over with the death of the dragon, in which he was much mistaken, and he would have given most of his share of the profits for the peaceful winding up of these affairs. Back to the mountain, cried the dwarves as if they had not heard him, so back he had to go with them. As you have heard some of the events already, you will see that the dwarves still had some days before them. They explored the caverns once more and found, as they expected, that only the front gate remained open. All the other gates, except of course the small secret door, had long ago been broken and blocked by Smaug, and no sign of them remained. So now they began to labor hard in fortifying the main entrance, and in making a new path that led from it. Tools were to be found in plenty that the miners and quarriers and builders of old had used, and at such work the dwarves were still very skilled. As they worked, the ravens brought them constant tidings. In this way they learned that the elven king had turned aside to the lake, and they still had a breathing space. Better still, they heard that 3 of their ponies had escaped, and were wandering wild far down the banks. You have chips?
I do have chips.
Naughty.
No?
No, thank you. Of the running river, not far from where the rest of their stores had been left. So while the others went on with their work, Feely and Keely were sent, guided by a raven, to find the ponies and bring back all they could. They were 4 days gone, and by that time they knew that the joined armies of the lake men and the elves were hurrying toward the mountain. But now their hopes were higher, for they had food for some weeks with care. Chiefly cram, of course, and they were very tired of it, but cram is much better than nothing. And already the gate was blocked with a wall of squared stones laid dry, but very thick and high across the opening. There were holes in the wall through which they could see, or shoot, but no entrance. They climbed in or out with ladders, and hauled stuff up with ropes. For the issuing of the stream they had contrived a small low arch under the new wall, but near the entrance they had so altered the narrow bed that a wide pool stretched from the mountain wall to the head of the fall over which the stream went towards Dale. Approach to the gate was now only possible, without swimming, along a narrow ledge of the cliff, to the right as one looked outwards from the wall. The ponies they had brought only to the head of the steps above the old bridge, and unloading them there had bidden them return to the masters, and sent them back riderless to the south. Your phone is crap? I'm sorry. It is frustrating when stuff doesn't work. Just tell them you're trying, you know. There came a night when suddenly there were many lights as fires and torches away in Dale before them. They have come, called Balin, and their camp is very great. They must have come into the valley under the cover of dusk along both banks of the river. That night the dwarves slept little. The morning was still pale when they saw a company approaching. From behind their wall they watched them come up to the valley's head and climb slowly up. Before long they could see that both men and the lake armed as if for war, and elvish bowmen were among them. At length the foremost of these climbed the tumbled rocks and appeared at the top of the falls. And very great was their surprise to see the pool before them, and the gate blocked with a wall of new-hewn stone. As they stood pointing and speaking to one another, Thorin hailed them. "Who are you," he called in a very loud voice, "that come as if in war to the gates of Thorin, son of Thrain, king under the mountain, and what do you desire?" But they answered nothing. Some turned swiftly back, and the others, after gazing for a while at the gate and its defenses, soon followed them. That day the camp was moved to the east of the river, right between the arms of the mountain. The rocks echoed with voices and with song, as they had not done for many a day. There was a sound, too, of elven harps and of sweet music, and as it echoed up towards them, it seemed that the chill of the air was warmed, and they caught faintly the fragrance of woodland flowers blossoming in spring. Then Bilbo longed to escape from the dark fortress, and to go down and join in the mirth and feasting by the fires. Some of the younger dwarves were moved in their hearts, too, and they muttered what they wished, that they wished things had fallen out otherwise, and that they might welcome such folks as friends. But Thorin scowled. Then the dwarves themselves brought forth harps and instruments regained from the hoard, and made music to soften his mood. But their song was not an elvish song, and was much like the song they had sung long before in Bilbo's little hobbit hole. All right. You want to sing this dwarf song?
Well, they want to hear you sing.
Well, but it's much like the song they sang in Bilbo's little hobbit hole.
The only difference being is now sung by a lovely, lovely lady hobbit.
Well, but it's not an elvish song. It's a dwarf song. Hello, Mythic Mystic, and thank you for the rose.
That's a good song,
I am not as good as about remembering actual names with screen names. It takes me a little bit longer to do, but I'll get there.
Well, and to be fair, I have exposure therapy, so I'm exposed to them more often than you are.
Yes. You see me once a week, maybe, right? So.
Under the mountain dark and cold,
Stephanie's like, no,
the
you see.
king has come unto his hall. His foe is dead, the worm of dread, and ever so
true,
his
Bears.
foe shall fall. The sword is sharp, the spear is long,
Thank you for the heart, me bears.
the arrow swift, the gate is strong, the heart is bold that looks on gold. The dwarves no more shall suffer wrong. The dwarves of yore made mighty spells, while hammers fell like ringing bells in places deep, where dark things sleep, in hollowed halls beneath the fells. On silver necklaces they strung
Thank you, Stephanie.
the
sing for
light
you later,
of
for sure.
stars. On crowns they hung the dragon fire from twisted wire. The melody of harps they rung. The mountain throne once more is freed. O wandering folk, the summons heed. Come haste, across the waste. The king of friend and kin has need. Now call we over mountains cold. Come back unto the caverns old. Here at the gates the king awaits. His hands are rich with gems and gold. The king has come unto his
His memory is
hall,
pretty amazing.
under the mountain dark and tall. The worm of dread is slain and dead, and ever so our foes shall fall.
Very nice. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Very dwarvish. I still need to catch y'all up on Discord. Yes, definitely join the Discord. So we can see you in there and make sure you are aware of any of the events that we have going on. And because usually when we inform everyone if we need to change times or days or anything really, it's always in there. And we also have the writing contests in there, and we just have a lot of community channels where you can share recipes or your pets and all that stuff. So it's just fun to hang out in there. And honestly, Emerald's Lady, I like that name. I think it's pretty.
You better be careful, they keep floating up around that 30 number. You're gonna have to go for a whole nother hour.
Oh, goodness. This song appeared to please Thorin, and he smiled again and grew merry. And he began reckoning the distance to the Iron Hills, and how long it would be before Dane could reach the Lonely Mountain. And a sport where you tease Maddie. Yes. I even gave Maddie a new name. Broken before it, after you hit a deer. Oh gosh, yeah. Santana needs to stop getting hurt and in accidents.
That is certainly true, he does.
Mm-hmm.
I've told him as much. Just doesn't listen.
If he had set out as soon as the message reached him. But Bilbo's heart fell, both at the song and the talk. They sounded much too warlike. The next morning, early, a company of spearmen was seen crossing the river and marching up the valley. They bore with them the green banner of the Elven King and the blue banner of the lake, and they advanced until they stood right before the wall at the gate. Again Thorin hailed them in a loud voice. "Who are you that come armed for war to the gates of Thorin, son of Thrain, king under the mountain?" This time he was answered. A tall man stood forward, dark of hair and grim of face, and he cried, "Hail Thorin! Why do you fence yourself like a robber in his hold? We are not yet foes, and we rejoice that you are alive beyond our hope. We came expecting to find none living here. Yet now that we are met, there is matter for a parley and a council." "Who are you, and what would you parley?" "I am Bard, and by my hand was the dragon slain and your treasure delivered. Is that not a matter that concerns you?" Son. "Moreover, I am by right descent the heir of Girion of Dale, and in your hoard is mingled much of the wealth of his halls and towns, which of old Smaug stole. It's not that a matter of which we may speak. Further in this last battle Smaug destroyed the dwellings of the men of Esgaroth, and I am yet the servant of their master. I would speak for him and ask whether you have not thought to the sorrow and misery of his people. They aided you in your distress, and in recompense you have thus far brought ruin only, though doubtless undesigned." Now these were fair words and true, if proudly and grimly spoken, and Bilbo thought that Thorin would at once admit what justice was in them. He did not, of course, expect that anyone would remember that it was he who discovered all by himself the dragon's weak spot. And that was just as well, for no one ever did. But also he did not reckon with the power that gold has upon which a dragon has long brooded, nor with dwarvish hearts. Long hours in the past days Thorin had spent in the treasury, and the lust of it was heavy on him. Though he had hunted chiefly for the Arkenstone, yet he had an eye for many another wonderful thing that was lying in there, about which would old memories of the labors and the sorrows of his race. "You put your worst cause last and in the chief place," Thorin answered. "To the treasure of my people no man has claim, because Smaug, who stole it from us, also robbed him of life or home. The treasure was not his, that his evil deeds should be amended with a share of it. The price of the goods and the assistance that we received of the lakemen we will fairly pay in due time. But nothing we will give, not even a loaf's worth, under the threat of force. While an armed host lies before our doors, we look on you as foes and thieves. It is in my mind to ask what share of their inheritance you would have paid to our kindred, had you found the hoard unguarded and us slain. A just question, replied Bard. But you are not dead, and we are not robbers. Moreover, the wealthy may have pity beyond right on the needy that befriended them when they were in want, and still my other claims remain unanswered. I will not parley, as I have said, with armed men at my gate, nor at all with people of the Elven King, whom I remember with small kindness. In this debate they have no place. Begone now ere our arrows fly, and if you would speak with me again, first dismiss the elvish host to the woods where it belongs, and then return, laying down your arms before you approach the threshold. The Elven King is my friend, and he has succored the people of the lake in their need, though they had no claim but friendship on him, answered Bard. We will give you time to repent your words. Gather your wisdom ere we return. Then he departed and went back to the camp. Ere many hours were past, the banner bearers returned, and trumpeters stood forth and blew a blast. In the name of Esgaroth and the forest, one cried, we speak unto Thrain's son Oakenshield, calling himself the king under the mountain, and we bid him consider well the claims that have been urged, or be declared our foe. At the least he shall deliver 1/12 portion of the treasure unto Bard, as the dragon slayer, and as the heir of Girion. From that portion Bard will himself contribute to the aid of Esgaroth, but if Thorin would have the friendship and honor of the lands about, as his sires had of old, then he will give also somewhat of his own for the comfort of the men of the lake. Then Thorin seized a bow of horn and shot an arrow at the speaker. It smote into his shield and stuck there quivering. Since such is your answer, he called in return, I declare the mountain besieged. You shall not depart from it until you call your side for a truce and a parley. We will bear no weapons against you, but we will leave you to your gold. You may eat that if you will. With that the messengers departed swiftly, and the dwarves were left to consider their case. So grim had Thorin become, that even if they had wished, the others would not have dared to find fault with him. But indeed most of them seemed to share his mind, except perhaps old fat Bomber and Feely and Keely. Bilbo, of course, disapproved of the whole turn of affairs. He had by now had more than enough of the mountain, and being besieged inside it was not at all to his taste. The whole place still stinks of dragon, he grumbled to himself. And it makes me sick, and cram is beginning simply to stick in my throat.
60 seconds then.
Okay. You have to go. Alright, have a good night, Fallen Crow. Hopefully you can make it back. Otherwise we will see you on Tuesday, or I will see you on Tuesday, because Castle is not like to be here. Yeah, I know. Because I'm weird like that, Maddie. I'm sorry.
All right, friends, we will have 3 minutes of ads, and then we shall return. And I appreciate you sitting through them. As irritating as they are, thank you kindly.
Sweaty.
Also, Tyson bought a round for everybody.
Oh, he did. Well, then cheers. Thank you, Tyson. I don't see the... Oh, they're over here. Buy a round for the tavern. Here we go.
We also just today hit 1750 on followers on Twitch.
Wow.
We sat at 1400 for years.
For a long time, yeah.
Yeah, and now we're quick approaching 2000 just over the last couple of months.
That's good.
Incredible. So many new tavern patrons. It's amazing. Many of them can still seem to say all
Right.
So.
His voice is like butter on a homemade biscuit. That's funny.
Wait, what?
Santana said his voice is like butter on a homemade biscuit.
I do tend to be very crumbly.
Yeah. Yeah, Erin is always bullying Maddie. There's not a time that I have seen where she is not bullying Maddie. Goodness, it is so warm. Is it cooler outside?
Not much.
Yeah, not much. Man, it's like summer here already. It is easy to bully Maddie. I also will not confirm it, but Una, you have filled my Steam library faster than Aaron or Milu. Well, look, when I see a good sale and a game that I think you're gonna like, I have to let you know. So. Santana says, I know why I hit that deer now. I didn't get the Dr. Pepper. I cheated on my Dr. Pepper with a Mr. Pibb from the gas station. I don't think that's why.
No, it was karma coming for you. The doctor rained down.
No. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Pibb. I only just got into Steam. Oh, really, Milu? Did you play on different consoles before?
It was a PlayStation game.
Oh, okay. Capitan says, how dare you? Blaspheming. Oh no. What's wrong with Mr. Pibb? Alright, the ad is almost over. And then we will move on to Chapter 16, A Thief in the Night. Mostly console games or CD games. Those still exist? I have not touched a CD game in ages. Aside from, like, you know, a PlayStation game, obviously, but like a computer CD game? Ages. Oh my goodness, I was just at MegaCon. I got to meet the hobbits from The Lord of the Rings. Oh, that's so cool! I saw a clip of Pippin's actor singing. He's got a beard now. Emerald's Lady says, I play Final Fantasy 14. I met Tubby on Final Fantasy 11. Oh, that's cool. Well, they do if you don't get rid of them. Yeah. That is crazy. That's very cool. Y'all go back and forth about Dr. Pepper or Mr. Pibb, but the real ones know about Dr. Thunder? What? What is Dr. Thunder? Is that another knockoff? That's what I'm forced to get due to price. Oh, okay, so it's like a cheaper knockoff brand?
Oh, it's the Walmart brand.
That's funny. It's the Walmart brand.
Oh, no. It is an off-brand, but you can get it like food for less. And,
Okay. Food for less or Walmart. A Soda Stream equivalent. Mountain Lightning?
yeah.
That's funny.
Mountain Dew knockoff, it tastes terrible.
I mean, Mountain Dew tastes terrible just regularly.
But imagine
so.
if it tasted more terrible. That's what. No.
It should not be made. Real ones drink Moxie? What is Moxie? Is that one also like a Dr. Pepper? Or reminiscent of a Dr. Pepper? Perhaps? I don't know that one. Moxie. Diet Mountain Lightning is decent. Stop. Stop. There's no way. There's no way it's decent. I don't believe you. Not even the RC Cola, just cola. IKEA raspberry fizzy juice is tasty. I am boring when it comes to soda. Coca-Cola. I mean, that's the name brand. Dr. K is the Kroger version. Negative, Moxie tastes like crushed brick and diesel fuel. Bear says Moxie is unlike anything else. It sounds like it. It sounds like it. I would not enjoy crushed brick and diesel fuel. So, guys, you're making me feel bad for being Canadian. We don't have those knockoffs. You're better for it, Maddie. You don't need that. Yeah, but you have a functioning economy, so it all balances out. I have a 12 pack. A 12 pack is RC Cola in the pantry. Yeah. RC Cola's been around for a long time now.
Yeah, RC Cola is good. I like RC Cola.
Hey, I can get Diet Mountain Lightning for $1 instead of $3 for the. I don't get the name brand either, Capitan, so it doesn't matter to me any which way. Assam tea is the best. See, that's a better option right there.
If I couldn't buy 300 gallons of whatever I was getting at Costco, I wouldn't get it anyways.
Yeah. Yeah. We shop at Costco because it's definitely better prices most of the time, right? Unless the store is like, buy 2, get 3 free on soda, which happens. Then that's when you stock up on soda. But I don't actually drink soda. So every once in a while I'll have like I don't even have Canada Dry, you know? But a ginger ale is good. I prefer ginger beer, like if I'm gonna have a soda. But ginger beer tends to be way too much sugar, so 99% of the time I don't bother. I grew up near Coca-Cola bottling locations. We're down the street from a Budweiser factory, so every once in a while it'll smell like cops outside. And I'm like, why couldn't it have been like a small batch beer place? Because Budweiser is terrible. Sorry. Canada has knockoff whiskey? Rude.
Well, Canada's import laws are really, really strict.
Flavored seltzer water. Which is, essentially how sodas came about. Hello, Atstarva. Greetings. When did you say? I did not say I was from Canada. I did not. I am definitely not from Canada. I was born in Northern California, and I grew up in the Los Angeles area.
Nobody is from...
No high fructose corn syrup. Yeah, you want to avoid that stuff. You want to avoid most of the things that they put into soda now. Like, I look into how, like, the old school root beer was made, and I'm like, see, that sounds good. That sounds good to me. The stuff that you find in it now, you're like, what are these ingredients? It doesn't even sound like food. Yes, I was reading someone's comment. I have huge beef with British Columbia. Before we moved, I could literally walk to Costco. I was devastated to discover there wasn't one even remotely close to us now. Yeah, that's frustrating. That's really frustrating. Like, I could probably manage with one being like an hour away, because we would just go like once or twice a month to like stock up on stuff. But if it was like 3 hours away, I probably would rarely go, and that would be sad. So you went to Romania and they have some of the best tasting beer you've ever had. I will take your word for it. The closest we have is Sam's Club, but that's an hour and a half away. Yeah, it'll end up being like a day trip, and then you have to have coolers and stuff for all of your cold items. I really hope they do that to all malls and big box stores. I know nothing about Sam's Club except that it exists. I mean, it's similar to Costco. It's just like a big, warehouse grocery shopping. Doing anything out here is a day trip. I mean, but you can do it. You can make a day trip. Make Costco like a fun family outing. Have some pizza while you're there, It's Walmart, but Costco. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Mexican Coke does taste better in the bottle, the glass bottle. Sure. That's what I get for moving to the middle of nowhere. It is one of the downsides for sure. Okay. Are we ready for chapter 16? A Thief in the Night. Now the days passed slowly and wearily. Many of the dwarves spent their time piling and ordering the treasure, and now Thorin spoke of the Arkenstone of Thrain, and bade them eagerly to look for it in every corner. For the Arkenstone of my father, he said, is worth more than a river of gold in itself, and to me it is beyond price. That stone of all the treasure I name unto myself, and I will be avenged on anyone who finds it and withholds it. Bilbo heard these words, and he grew afraid, wondering what would happen if the stone was found, wrapped in an old bundle of tattered oddments that he had used as a pillow. All the same, he did not speak of it, for as the weariness of the days grew heavier, the beginnings of a plan had come into his little head. Things had gone on like this for some time, when the ravens brought news that Dane and more than 500 dwarves, hurrying from the Iron Hills, were now within about 2 days' march of Dale, coming from the northeast. "But they cannot reach the mountain unmarked," said Rogue, "and I fear, lest there be battle in the valley, I do not call this counsel good. Though they are grim folk, they are not likely to overcome the host that besets you, and even if they did so, what will you gain? Winter and snow is hastening behind them. How shall you be fed without the friendship and goodwill of the lands about you? The treasure is likely to be your death, though the dragon is no more." But Thorin was not moved. "Winter and snow will bite both men and elves," he said, "and they may find their dwelling in the waste grievous to bear. With my friends behind them and winter upon them, they will perhaps be in softer mood to parley with." That night Bilbo made up his mind. The sky was black and moonless. As soon as it was full dark, he went to a corner of the inner chamber just within the gate, and drew from his bundle a rope, and also the Arkenstone wrapped in a rag. Then he climbed to the top of the wall. Only Bombur was there, for it was his turn to watch, and the dwarves kept only one watchman at a time. "'Tis mighty cold," said Bombur. "I wish we could have a fire up here, as they have in the camp." "It is warm enough inside," said Bilbo. "I dare say, but I am bound here till midnight," grumbled the fat dwarf. "A sorry business altogether, but that I venture to disagree with Thorin, may his beard grow ever longer. Yet he was ever a dwarf with a stiff neck." "Not as stiff as my legs," said Bilbo. "I am tired of stairs and stone passages. I would give a good deal for the feel of grass at my toes." "I would give a good deal for the feel of a strong drink in my throat and for a soft bed after a good supper." "I can't give you those while the siege is going on, but it is long since I watched, and I will take your turn for you if you like. There is no sleep in me tonight." "You are a good fellow, Mr. Baggins, and I will take your offer kindly. If there should be anything to note, rouse me first, mind you. I will lie in the inner chamber to the left, not far away." "Off you go," said Bilbo. "I will wake you at midnight, and you can wake the next watchman." As soon as Bombur had gone, Bilbo put on his ring, fastened his rope, slipped down over the wall, and was gone. He had about 5 hours before him. Bombur would sleep. He could sleep at any time, and ever since the adventure in the forest he was always trying to recapture the beautiful dreams he had then. And all the others were busy with Thorin. It was unlikely that any, even Fili or Kili, would come out on the wall until it was their turn. It was very dark. Thank you so much for the rose. It was very dark, and the road, after a while, when he left the newly made path and climbed down towards the lower course of the stream, was strange to him. At last he came to the bend where he had to cross the water, if he was to make for the camp as he wished. The bed of the stream was there shallow but already broad, and fording it in the dark was not easy for the little hobbit. He was nearly across when he missed his footing on a round stone and fell into the cold water with a splash. He had barely scrambled out on the far bank, shivering and spluttering, when up came the elves in the gloom with bright lanterns and searched for the cause of the noise. "That was no fish," one said. "There is a spy about. Hide your lights. They will help him more than us, if it is that queer little creature that is said to be the servant." "Servant indeed," snorted Bilbo, and in the middle of his snort he sneezed loudly, and the elves immediately gathered towards the sound. "Let's have a light," he said. "I am here if you want me." And he slipped off his ring and popped from behind a rock. They seized him quickly in spite of their surprise. "Who are you? Are you the dwarves' hobbit? What are you doing? How did you get so far past our sentinels?" they asked one after another. "I am Mr. Bilbo Baggins," he answered. "Companion of Thorin, if you want to know. I know your king well by sight, though perhaps he doesn't know me to look at. But Bard will remember me, and it is Bard I particularly want to see." "Indeed," said they. "And what may be your business?" "Whatever it is my own, my good elves. But if you wish ever to get back to your own woods from this cold, cheerless place," he answered, shivering, "you will take me along quick to a fire where I can dry, and then you will let me speak to your chiefs as quickly as you may be. I have only an hour or two to spare." That is how it came about that some 2 hours after his escape from the gate, Bilbo was sitting beside a warm fire in front of a large tent, and there sat two, gazing curiously at him, both the Elven King and Bard. A hobbit in elvish armor, partly wrapped in an old blanket, was something new to them. "Really, you know," Bilbo was saying in his best business manner, "things are impossible. Personally, I am tired of the whole affair. I wish I was back in the West in my own home, where folk are more reasonable. But I have an interest in this matter, 1/14 share to be precise, according to a letter, which fortunately I believe I have kept." He drew from a pocket in his old jacket, which he still wore over his mail, crumpled and much folded, Thorin's letter that had been put under the clock on his mantelpiece in May. "A share in the profits, mind you," he went on. "I am aware of that. Personally, I am only too ready to consider all your claims carefully and deduct what is right from the total before putting in my own claim. However, you don't know Thorin Oakenshield as well as I do. I assure you, he is quite ready to sit on a heap of gold and starve as long as you sit here." "Well, let him," said Bard. "Such a fool deserves to starve." "Quite so," said Bilbo. "I see your point of view. At the same time, winter is coming on fast. Before long, you will be having snow and whatnot, and supplies will be difficult, even for elves, I imagine. Also, there will be other difficulties. You have not heard of Dane and the dwarves of the Iron Hills?" "We have, a long time ago. But what has he got to do with us?" asked the king. "I thought as much. I see I have some information you have not got. Dane, I may tell you, is now less than 2 days' march off, and has at least 500 grim dwarfs with him. A good many of them have had experience in the dreadful dwarf and goblin wars, of which you have no doubt heard. When they arrive, there may be serious trouble." "Why do you tell us this? Are you betraying your friends, or are you threatening us?" asked Bard grimly. "Oh, my dear Bard," squeaked Bilbo, "don't be so hasty. I never met such suspicious folk." I can talk, I promise. Oh, you made it back. Welcome back, Fallen Crow. Okay. Such suspicious folk. "I am merely trying to avoid trouble for all concerned. Now I will make you an offer." "Let us hear it," they said, You may see it, said he. It is this. And he drew forth the Arkenstone and threw away the wrapping. The Elven King himself, whose eyes were used to things of wonder and beauty, stood up in amazement. Even Bard gazed marveling at it in silence. It was as if a globe had been filled with moonlight and hung before them in a net woven of the glint of frosty stars. This is the Arkenstone of Thrain, said Bilbo. The heart of the mountain, and it is also the heart of Thorin. He values it above a river of gold. I give it to you. It will aid you in your bargaining. Then Bilbo, not without a shudder, not without a glance of longing, handed the marvelous stone to Bard, and he held it in his hand as though dazed. But how is it yours to give? He asked at last with an effort. Oh, well, said the hobbit uncomfortably. It isn't exactly, but, well, I am willing to let it stand against all my claim, don't you know? I may be a burglar, or so they say. Personally, I never really felt like one, but I am an honest one, I hope, more or less. Anyway, I'm going back now, and the dwarves can do what they like to me. I hope you will find it useful. The Elven King looked at Bilbo with new wonder. Bilbo Baggins, he said. You are more worthy to wear the armor of elf princes than many that have looked more comely in it. But I wonder if Thorin Oakenshield will see it so. I have more knowledge of dwarves in general than you have, perhaps. I advise you to remain with us, and here you shall be honored and thrice welcome. Thank you very much, I am sure, said Bilbo with a bow. But I don't think I ought to leave my friends like this. After all we have gone through together. And I promised to wake old Bomber at midnight, too. Really, I must be going, and quickly. Nothing they could say would stop him. So an escort was provided for him, and as he went, both the king and Bard saluted him with honor. As they passed through the camp, an old man, wrapped in a dark cloak, rose from a tent door where he was sitting and came towards them. Well done, Mr. Baggins. Oh, it's supposed to be Gandalf. Oh, gosh. Right. Here we go. Here we go. You guys talking about the Appalachians? Well done, Mr. Baggins, he said, clapping Bilbo on the back. I don't know. You guys are terrible. I don't know why you're making me do this. There's always more about you than anyone expects. It was Gandalf. Doesn't sound like Gandalf, but there it is. For the first time for many a day, Bilbo was really delighted. But there was no time for all the questions that he immediately wished to ask. All in good time, said Gandalf. Things are drawing towards the end now, unless I am mistaken. There is an unpleasant time just in front of you, but keep your heart up. You may come through all right. There is news brewing that even the ravens have not heard. Good night. Puzzled but cheered, Bilbo hurried on. He was guided to a safe ford and set across dry, and then he said farewell to the elves and climbed carefully back towards the gate. Great weariness began to come over him, but it was well before midnight when he clambered up the rope again. It was still where he had left it. He untied it and hid it, and then he sat down on the wall and wondered anxiously what would happen next. At midnight he woke up Bomber, and then in turn rolled himself up in his corner, without to the old dwarf's thanks, which he felt he had hardly earned. He was soon fast asleep, forgetting all his worries till the morning. As a matter of fact, he was dreaming of eggs and bacon. Or his surfer accent? What? Oh. Isn't anywhere near as bad as Castle's southern accent. Or his surfer... No, his like, Americanized salesman accent is terrible. Oh, goodness. It's so hot. I'm dying. I'm trying not to. That's a good Gandalf. Thanks, Rain. Appreciate it. By the way, can you please remind Castle to check my message I sent to him in Discord? He has not gotten to Discord messages. He's been super busy. I'm very hot, Hannah. I'm sorry. It's so warm here already. And I have not been doing well with heat for a good year and a half now. I just get very hot. I need to live somewhere cold. It was very warm today too, in the 70s. Yeah, I mean, I can handle the 70s. I cannot handle the 80s and 90s. Yeah. And it's gonna get hotter for sure. It's gonna get in the hundreds at some point. It's weird, we'll get like this crazy heat wave in April. And then in May, we might get some rain. It might have some cool days. But some years it's just basically like summer starts in April. Una and me are opposites with heat. I guess so. Now I want to hear Castle's southern accent. I mean, his southern accent is better than his LA salesman accent. I can't stand that one. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna die in the summer, you guys. I don't know how I'm gonna manage it. It hit 81 today, but drops to 65. Wow, that's a big jump. Just making sure. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I will survive, but if I start turning very red, it's because I'm very hot. So. Last week it was in the 40s. Wow, okay, so your weather is just, it's freaking out a little. Whew. And I can't even really open this door next to me because you can hear the freeway. That's why I don't really spend much time out in the yard, because the freeway. Our weather does whatever it wants and we just roll with it. I mean, what else can you do, right? I've seen some people have those fans they wear around their necks. Yeah, I use ice packs. I'll put them on my neck. That helps a bit. I hate how Survivor by Destiny's Child came to my head. You had Sub-Zero last week? And it was 63 today. Wow. Oh man, I'd like to hear Castle's accents. I mean, stick around. You'll hear them at some point. Alright, you guys. Chapter 17. The Clouds Burst. And you can see the banners of... You can kind of see it? But it's the banners of Lake Town and the elves, the wood elves. It's 46 in Massachusetts. See, that sounds ideal. That sounds ideal. But as for Discord messages, I didn't finish that thought, I'm sorry. He will get to them probably while he's in the car tomorrow or the next day, because he's going to be doing a lot of driving and then taking turns with his brother and sister, because they're driving out to Maine. So he's gonna not be here all week, which is tragic. Yeah. He will get around to it. It's just taking a while because this got sprung on us and we're trying to get tons of stuff done. You're cold? Man, I'll trade with you, Stephanie. I will trade with you in a heartbeat. Send it over. Hopefully safe travels for him and his siblings. Yes, I hope so as well. Okay. Next day, the trumpets rang early in the camp. Soon, a single runner was seen hurrying along the narrow path. At a distance, he stood and hailed them, asking whether Thorn would now listen to another embassy, since new tidings had come to hand and matters were changed. "That will be Dane," said Thorin when he heard. "They will have got wind of his coming. I thought that would alter their mood. Bid them come, few in number and weaponless, and I will hear," he called to the messenger. About midday, the banners of the forest and the lake were seen to be borne forth again. A company of 20 was approaching. At the beginning of the narrow way, they laid aside sword and spear and came on towards the gate. Wondering, the dwarves saw that among them were both Bard and the Elven King, before whom an old man wrapped in cloak and hood bore a strong casket of iron-bound wood. It looks beautiful, Stephanie. My sister-in-law has sent me many pictures, and it looks very beautiful. So his road trip is the main event. Ha ha ha, Maddie, you're so funny. No, I appreciate a good dad joke. Keep them going. That's what the health systems insurance policy told me the other day. Oh, I see. Responding to Tyson. "Hail, Thorin," said Bard. "Are you still of the same mind?" "My mind does not change with the rising and setting of a few suns," answered Thorin. "Did you come to ask me idle questions? Still, the elf host has not departed as I bade. Till then, you come in vain to bargain with me. Is there then nothing for which you would yield any of your gold? Nothing that you or your friends have to offer? What of the Arkenstone of Thrain?" said he, and at the same moment the old man opened the casket and held aloft the jewel. The light leapt from his hand, bright and white in the morning. Then Thorin was stricken dumb with amazement and confusion. No one spoke for a long while. Thorin at length broke the silence, and his voice was thick with wrath. "That stone was my father's and is mine," he said. "Why should I purchase my own?" But wonder overcame him, and he added, "But how came you by the heirloom of my house, if there is need to ask such a question of thieves?" "We are not thieves," Bard answered. "Your own we give back in return for our own." "How came you by it?" shouted Thorin in gathering rage. "I gave it to them," squeaked Bilbo, who was peering over the wall, by now in a dreadful fright. You! cried Thorin, turning upon him and grasping him with both hands. "You miserable hobbit! You undersized burglar!" he shouted at a loss for words, and he shook poor Bilbo like a rabbit. "By the beard of Durin, I wish I had Gandalf here. Curse him for his choice of you. May his beard wither." That's a terrible curse, right? "As for you, I will throw you to the rocks," he cried and lifted Bilbo in his arms. "Stay! Your wish is granted," said a voice. The old man with his casket threw aside his hood and cloak. "Here is Gandalf, and none too soon it seems. If you don't like my burglar, please don't damage him. Put him down, and listen first to what he has to say." "You all seem in league," said Thorin, dropping Bilbo on the top of the wall. "Never again will I have dealings with any wizard or his friends. What have you to say, you descendant of rats?" Dear me, said Bilbo. "I am sure this is all very uncomfortable. You may remember saying that I might choose my own 14th share. Perhaps I took it too literally. I have been told that dwarves are sometimes politer in word than in deed. The time was, all the same, when you seemed to think that I had been of some service. Descendant of rats, indeed. Is this all the service of you and your family that I was promised, Thorin? Take it that I have disposed of my share as I wished, and let it go at that." "I will," said Thorin grimly, "and I will let you go at that. And may we never meet again." Then he turned and spoke over the wall. "I am betrayed," he said. "It was rightly guessed that I could not forbear to redeem the Arkenstone, the treasure of my house. For it I will give 1/14th share the hoard in silver and gold, setting aside the gems. But that shall be accounted the promised share of this traitor, and with that reward he shall depart, and you can divide it as you will. He will get little enough, I doubt not. Take him if you wish him to live, and no friendship of mine goes with him. Get down now to your friends. Oh no, it's still him, sorry. Get down now to your friends, he said to Bilbo, or I will throw you down. What about the gold and silver? Asked Bilbo. That shall follow after as can be arranged, said he. Get down. Until then we keep the stone, cried Bard. You are not making a very splendid figure as king under the mountain, said Gandalf. But things may change yet. They may indeed, said Thorin, and already so strong was the bewilderment of the treasure upon him, he was pondering whether by the help of Dane he might not recapture the Arkenstone, and withhold the share of the reward. And so Bilbo was swung down from the wall, and departed with nothing for all his trouble, except the armor which Thorin had given him already. More than one of the dwarves in their hearts felt shame and pity at his going. Farewell, he cried to them. We may meet again as friends. Be off, called Thorin. You have mail upon you, which was made by my folk, and is too good for you. It cannot be pierced by arrows, but if you do not hasten, I will sting your miserable feet. So be swift. Not so hasty, said Bard. We will give you until tomorrow. At noon we will return, and see if you have brought from the hoard the portion that is to be set against the stone. If that is done without deceit, then we will depart, and the elf host will go back to the forest. In the meanwhile, farewell. With that they went back to the camp. But Thorin sent messengers by Roic telling Dane of what had passed, and bidding him come with wary speed. Well, hello, John. How you doing? Welcome back. Castle is around. He's just getting some work done, but he's kind of modding here and there. And thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that.
You gotta give him Viking raspberries.
I can't do the Viking raspberries. I'm doing good. We're just finishing up The Hobbit. And Castle needed a break, so I am reading in his stead. Much to the dismay of the people watching, I'm sure. Go, Becca. Can you do it? I can pretend. But, I think maybe my lips are just too small to do it, or I just am terrible at it. I don't know. Maybe both. No dispute. Thank you. There you go. You got your raid horn. I always like it when you both trying to mix it in. I wish I could do it. Yeah. You didn't expect that? Some warning, Castle. Well, I handed it to him. Oh, no, I don't even have this on high sensitivity right now. Which I should, since I'm quieter. You should have told me you didn't hear me as well. Background mic check.
The warning was somebody raided in.
Yeah, that's the warning. When someone raids in, that's the warning. To be fair. So. And I asked him to come blow it. I used to do it when I was a child. It takes pressing your lips together and blowing hard. Yeah, I've tried, because Castle has tried to teach me.
You have to blow a raspberry.
I did, but you just hear the raspberry part. You don't hear the horn part, so. Oh, Una, I clipped the horn a couple of times. You could use that for raids if using around. Yeah, I'll have to get, like, a way to play it in Streamlabs or something. My cat looked back like, what was that? That's funny. See, I had thought about the mic being low, but I thought it was on my end. No, it's this end. It was this end. Sorry. What about doing something like that birthday dance Falcor does? I don't think I've seen the birthday dance. I don't know. What's the birthday dance? The horn acts like a megaphone when you do it right. Yeah. I just don't do it right, I guess.
You were born with dainty lips.
I was born with dainty everything, so 'tis what it is. She's just incredibly soft-spoken. I'm not, though. It just seems that way because Castle's very loud, and most other people have the microphone in front of them. I don't. It's above my head, so... She dances with a cane. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's the whole peanut with the cane dancing thing. Yeah. Hello, everybody can't sleep. Oh no! That's the worst. But yeah, I'm not soft-spoken. It's just that the mic setup is for someone who's loud, like Castle. Castle is too loud for most people. Yeah, IRL I'm definitely not. It just seems like I am because I don't actually have the mic in front of me. So, it is what it is. I'm sorry. Someone once told me I'm soft-spoken. I'm loud and neurospicy. That's not soft-spoken. Yeah, I don't think you're soft-spoken. But... And thank you, Stephanie, so much for the 20... Are those hugs? It's like hugging a little heart. Thank you for that. It's okay, I can always still hear you both when it's needed. Yeah. And Castle is even louder in person. Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot.
And I don't. And it's not even like I yell. My
No,
voice
he's just
is
loud.
Just very loud.
Yeah, he's just loud. Large voice box, right? Okay. Here we go. We're almost done. Look at that. Skinny.
Well, technically, you are done.
I'm done?
Yeah, you're at the 3 hour, 15-minute mark. So unless they want to bribe you to finish the book, you don't have to.
Oh yeah, because there's only 23 viewers. Ooh. Oh no, I guess the total amount is actually 30 viewers because I was just looking at the Twitch.
But it's 30 on Twitch.
Oh, it's 30 on Twitch, sorry. I don't make the rules here.
I make the rules. We don't make the rules.
I make some of the rules, to be fair. I can't. I won't lie to you. I don't find you soft-spoken. Castle is just loud. That is accurate. That is accurate. Oh, that's good. I'm also pretty loud when I'm in good company. I mean, that just happens, right? You're having a good time. I mean, my son, when he's first meeting people, he's very quiet and just kind of like, yeah, you know, like short sentences, you know, maybe 1 to 3 words. But then when he's talking to his friends, I have to constantly tell him to be quiet because he's loud. It's like, okay. Could I bribe you with Bergolin gnomes to finish? I could get you to play Bergolin gnomes with me anyway, Maddie. It's not much of a bribe. Me and my personality counts for at least 4. Gunnar said that. That's funny. He just has one of those voices that carries really well. That's true. Because most people, like his sisters for sure, will be like, you're being too loud, you need to be quieter. And I'm used to it because my father and my sister are very much the same. They're very loud. Like, it's hard for them to find a, like, middle decibel, you know? So it doesn't bother me. Sometimes when he's, like, right next to me and he's talking about stuff, I might have to be like, I'm right here.
Oh, yeah, come on, guys. We're almost
Maddie, you are bad at bribing. You're not bad at bribing, I guess. You got the game? Oh, good. So now you can play with us. You can play Burgle and Gnomes together, which is a hilarious game, by the way. It's funny.
For that long trip,
Yeah.
and I got them some shelf-stable drinks.
I worked at a daycare before, and my coworkers said they needed to buy me a loudspeaker. Oh no.
Oh,
That's funny. I have no middle ground either. You have definitely heard that I'm either loud or in a coma.
And I got them each a handheld game
okay.
that plays over 400 video games.
Oh, wow. I'm sure
We
that
might have to charge. We might have to charge it before they open it, maybe.
Yeah. I'm gonna be leaving.
You'll eventually, I just don't want to dig out the other computer. That's fair. Castle is just the loud one. She's the calm one. Yeah.
Tomorrow.
I'm a fairly mellow
I
person.
have to spend. This actually has plenty of stuff for one and one. Is it? We're going to be gone for almost all.
No one has ever accused me of being soft-spoken. But like I said before, I was trained in theater to get my voice to carry. See, that does make a difference.
If it gets too late, they cancel the delivery.
Yeah.
Should we warn Aaron about the old man? No.
I don't know
No.
if I can rush it.
My first experience was no warning, so I think it's only fair that Aaron get no warning. My family is loud, and I have to tell my husband I'm not deaf every day. And I'm loud. That's so funny. I saw that game for the first time today on Twitch, and the old man, yeah. Don't ruin it, Uncle Scoob.
Go.
Yeah, that was my first experience. Climbing up some ivy, and then bam! There you go.
Yeah, you don't need it.
Fairly mellow. Is that why you playfully roast me? Yeah.
I used to make jerky when we-
I mean, you can be mellow and still roast
I
people.
used to make it all the time. But I just can't do the.
I've proven that.
And the meat so that it was slicey. You know,
Maddie has done nothing but talk about the old man. It's
It's just a lot of.
traumatized him, I think.
Although I have a great deal.
Mm-hmm.
And now that they have that whole thin meat.
Yeah, thankfully I did not travel the sewer at the wrong time.
It's already thin.
But it is a really funny game, so if you guys want to play that later, I can make some time. I do have
Okay. I'll be out in public.
a quick thing I need to do for my boss and send over to him, but after that, I should be fine. I really think we can get past day 3 with more people. I agree. I think that it's definitely possible if there's more people. I cannot play tonight. All right, no problem. I can't get that man's things out of my head. Stop, Maddie. I know nothing about this game. I switched to a different channel almost immediately. It's funny. It's like you look at it and you're like, oh, this is kind of like low effort, right? But it's not a game about the graphics. It's about playing with other people and the hilarity of it.
It's sort of like Among Us.
It's yeah, I guess like Among Us, but not the same gameplay.
Yeah, in its intention, it was like.
No, don't die, Aaron. It's not allowed. Now, if only I could stop decapitating myself. Yeah. Stop doing that, Maddie. It is about the funny and teamwork. And, you know, teamwork games are fun to me. I prefer co-op games to PvP games. It's more fun that way. What is the name of the Discord? We can post the link.
Is your Discord open over here?
It should be.
Wait,
Fallen Crow is asking. They're on
Fallen
YouTube.
Crow is asking?
Yeah.
Here, I'll post it, and then you can just copy and paste it.
Okay.
So I'll post it in the Twitch chat.
Okay.
And you can copy and paste that into the multi-chat over on
Got it.
Streamlabs, and it'll post it.
Bam.
Boom, shakalaka.
Boom shakalaka, yeah. Okay. So the link should be there now, Fallen Crow. That's true. Destiny, that's true. Even when we played Don't Starve together, there was just like Maddie skeletons all around the camp. It was hilarious. He couldn't get very far without dying. Yeah, I don't either. I don't know how he kept doing that. It was so strange. It was funny. Well, let me see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess we actually have quite a ways until the end of this chapter. I will let Castle make the decision. What do you want me to do? Because I know you do have work things you want to get done.
Well, I need to go up and start shooting videos for while I'm gone. My brother just got back to me, let me know what the total plan was.
Okay.
And we're going to end up being gone for almost a week.
Oh, God. How can you leave me for that long?
I don't want to, I have no desire to, but I also can't let my siblings drive all the way across the country in a rickety old truck by themselves.
Sure you can. I'm kidding. Only like half kidding though. He's leaving me for almost a week. I don't like it, but
I don't like it
it
either.
is what it is, I guess.
How much...
Are you
Okay.
leaving tomorrow or Tuesday?
Well, first, how many pages do you have left in the chapter?
A lot.
In the chapter?
Like 10.
Oh, that's almost 30 minutes of reading for me.
Yeah.
No, tomorrow evening. I need to be at my brother's tomorrow evening because he wants to leave by 6 a.m. on Tuesday.
Okay, so you'll stay the night there?
Yeah. So it's going to take us 2.5 days to drive all the way out there.
Okay.
We're going to stay for a day and rest on the way when we're there.
Mm-hmm.
And then he and I will turn around and drive back.
Okay.
And then he's going to have...
To Utah?
No, he's going to have Jaeger drive us all the way back down here.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to pay him to do it.
Okay.
So...
I'm sure he won't mind that anyhow.
I'm sure he will. But yeah...
You are doing a great job with the social media. I appreciate that.
Well,
We
'cause
try.
all of the beautiful things that you see, other than me, all of the beautiful things that you see are made by the lady. And to be fair, she makes me more beautiful than I actually am.
He's driving out to Maine with his siblings because his sister is going to move out there to where their other sister is. So she's got 2 littles, and it will be good for them to do this move, so...
Because they live in a really bad area out here in California.
Yeah.
And since our parents passed away, we've been trying to get her out of that area. And my sister and her husband out in Maine, they have a home, and they've offered to let my sister stay with them until she can get back on her feet.
Mm-hmm.
So we are moving her.
They're gonna take turns driving, so while someone else is driving, the others will get their sleep in.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you like it, Maddie. Yeah, they will alternate driving and sleeping. That's why they're all going, so they can do this quickly, because, you know, there's a limited window for people having time off of work and all that.
Yeah, my brother took a week and a half off, and he's like, I want it done, and then I want to have 3 days off before I have to go back to work.
Sorry, Castle, the lady is way cuter than you. That's funny.
Well, that's oh, come on, like that's obvious. But I am also stunning.
Stunning.
Stunning. My flowing golden locks and my dwarvish-like beard that I can tuck into my belt.
See, it would be cool if he could stop and, like, see people on the way, but they're trying to do this as quickly as possible.
I mean, if I can send you guys the route.
They could do a drive-by and you
I
can
was
wave.
gonna say, I can send you guys the route, and anybody who
Yeah.
wants to meet us at any of our stops, you can come out and say hello.
You're like, oh, we're gonna stop here for food. You can come see us.
Yeah.
That would be funny. Is that translated to I'm Irish? Sure, Maddie. Yeah, the more drivers you can have, the longer you can keep the truck moving. Exactly. That's the thought process.
Yeah, we're gonna drive an 8-hour shift, and then sleep in 16-hour shifts.
Yeah.
So
It will be family bonding time. I'm sure they won't argue about anything.
no.
I'm sure it will be fine.
A Black Dragon Tavern luncheon, I'm down.
Yeah, that would actually be fantastic. I would love that. No bickering at all. No, none whatsoever.
Well, my brother and I don't really bicker all that much. Like, sometimes we'll have disagreements about methodology. My sister is incredibly confrontational.
Right. Yeah. Even
She
before they get in the car, it's going to be a thing.
Yeah, she will argue about anything and everything as often and as quickly and as in depth as she can.
And I'm sure the boys are going to get stir crazy.
Oh, yeah,
so.
of course.
Also go with her. I
But-
found the same item. You said that can get it to me between 7 and 10.
Okay.
Yeah, do it, Maddie. Do it.
AM or PM? Yeah, I'm not leaving until tomorrow evening. So I'm gonna go up in the evening.
Okay, that works. great.
Driving an 8-hour shift is brutal. But
Yeah,
I don't know. I think it just depends on the person.
I'll be going up in the evening.
I'm good
and
for
then
about
I'll
6
spend the night
hours.
there, and then we'll be leaving super early.
So I'm just.
But they'll have 3 people to start with, and then they're picking up a 4th person. So they'll have 4 people.
Maybe
No.
they come charged already?
Sometimes they do something.
5-hour rotations is good.
Usually they have about half battery when they shoot.
All right, I'll make the
My body starts to hurt around 5. Yeah.
different colors, so there's no problem.
I know.
I will get uncomfortable in the seat after maybe like 4, but
He's probably in
I just try to get up for a little bit and then get back on the road. When I moved to Florida, I drove for 14 hours. Then I moved back to Virginia. I drove for 14 and a half. Wow. I think the
Yeah.
longest we did was 12
Yeah.
when we went up to Montana.
We did a 12-hour trip. Yeah.
Try some mad food and let us know what you have. He'll have to post it or tell you the next time he's here.
That's if that's even if I have signal. I'm gonna probably be setting
Well,
things back to the lady to post things.
We did 12 hours in one day. It was definitely I think it was 24 hours total drive time.
Yeah, well, we
get up
stopped
to
off to
Montana.
see Pat in
Yeah.
Carson City.
Yeah. But it was a long drive for sure coming from the east. You love Virginia? 8 hours is reasonable, but it can get hard for some people for sure. I can last 11 hours, but that's because I don't have a choice. Yeah. I fly over the ocean in a flying tube. I mean, it's different when you're on a plane, I think. But
Stacy's calling.
oh, it's
You
my-
you can just mute.
sorry. Sorry about that. Oh, the music went on. It's important. Yeah, it was my boss, or my boss's wife, to be more specific. Is the music loud though? I don't know. I don't know how to tell. Oh my gosh, it's so hot. We drive. Da, 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 da. Yeah, you met Lily Pad. That was cool. I'm going to get some sleep. Thank you for the reading and the waffles. Good night, Belinda. Thanks for hanging out with us. The fur kids are doing great. They're doing just fine. I think Milo has been getting a little stir crazy, but he's not even using his wheel anymore, so I might have to sell that or something. Just have this wheel going to no use, and it takes up a lot of space in my living room. It's basically a giant piece of furniture, so... The moment you sell it, he will want it. I know, right? I'll post it, and then he'll start using the wheel, and I'll be like, why? Yeah, kitty hamster, basically. He doesn't like to run really fast on it when he does use it, but he would get on there every once in a while, just walk on it. It is a giant cat wheel, and it's a giant cat wheel because I got the Bengal size cat wheel, so it's huge. It wasn't cheap. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a cool thing because we don't have a lot of space for them to really play. Like, we have a long hallway, so both of the cats will kind of run up and down the hallway when they're playing with each other. But, well, Milo is a Bengal and Boo is half, so he's not gonna get nearly as big, and he sheds because he's not a Bengal, but and he was kind of old when we got him, so, or older rather, not really old, but older. So he's not super playful. Like, he has some times where he gets zoomies, but he's not super playful like Milo still is, because Milo's a baby. He's like a year old now. I saw a cat wheel for sale recently, and it said, our car doesn't use it. That's funny. Our cat doesn't use it, and the cat was a chonk master. That's funny. That's why he's a big boy, exactly. Yeah, of course, Maddie. Yeah. It was kind of funny that it said car, though. I thought it was funny. Oh, good. So we got you in the Discord, then? I'll have to accept your application. Here we go. Did you apply? Or did you just make an account on Discord? You're gonna have to dip out. Yeah, I know it's late for you. It's totally fine. Get some sleep. The autocorrect is funny. Sometimes autocorrect makes you look crazy, right? Your son did not break his arm. That's good news. Sore is it's rough and it sucks that he's hurt, but at least it's not broken. So he should be feeling good pretty soon. That's scary. I'm glad it's not broken. Yeah, absolutely. You can, anytime that we're on, just let me know. I'll make a command for the Discord so that way it'll pop up automatically when anybody wants it. Yeah, see, because I don't... Oh, wait, here we go. I think it came in now. There we go. All right, you are in. Yeah, sometimes you're just crazy, right? Me too. I told you that I would let you know, so I did. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Glad that the kiddo is all right. Hello, Akesh. Welcome in. We're kind of just waffling a little bit. We will be ending up pretty quick here. We are reaching the end of the evening. We were reading The Hobbit. But if you want, I can finish The Hobbit for you guys on Tuesday evening. You were out the day she was able to come in. Probably it might have been a day that I worked. Oh, yes. Castle did tell me about that. My sister from another Carol. I thought that was funny. Yeah, the ads. Okay, no problem. Have a good night, hippie. What happened to Castle? He is not in here. I'm not sure what he's doing. He's either getting food or he's getting stuff ready to record videos. Because he needs to record a bunch, so I have stuff to edit and put out while he is gone. Okay, so since we are ending, I said I would sing for you guys if you want that. Maybe you don't want that. I don't know. It's been our running joke for some time since both my mother and her mother are named Carol. Yeah, that's what he said. I thought that was pretty funny. Yes, please? Okay. What am I singing? Or what are we singing? Because you're supposed to be singing with me. You're totally singing with me, right? Right? Sing along? I vote the polka rap still. I don't even know if I could do the polka rap. I've never tried to do the polka rap, but it's fast, so I probably couldn't. And it's not very tavern-like to be singing the polka rap. Oh no! That happens sometimes. We were in bed and then got up, yeah. What songs do you know? The ones that I get requested most often are Into the West, Savage Daughter, Soldier Poet King. What's another one you guys like? Waste the Colors, Wellerman. There was another one. Why can't I think of it? Did someone say polka rap? Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, I did look up what that was. I Never Will Marry. I don't know the song. I don't know that one, but it was had a pretty chill vibe. Red is the Rose. Yeah, you guys request that one. Are you requesting that one now, or are you trying to help me remember? So, yeah, tell me what you want. Okay, Hannah says Savage Daughter. I can do Savage Daughter. Kimasu. You used to sing a song with a monster in it. The Colors would be great. Hoist the Colors? Okay. Black Fox by Heather Dale. I don't know that one. But I do have a channel for suggesting songs in Discord if you want to post any in there. And I will try to learn them when I can. I did learn one recently that Bethany suggested. Hello, he is done for the evening, and I'm about to sing for y'all because it's being asked of me, so we're gonna sing and then we're gonna end. You came in at the end. Sorry, came in. You all are doing great. Look forward to the content. I am glad. Thank you so much for popping in, Vinny. Yeah, for what's available. Where is this channel? It's in there. It's the Bard's Corner, I think. My mother told me. Yeah. That one also. That's the one. Sing the song that never ends. Maddie, stop. I'm not gonna do that. Oh, gosh. Okay, so Hannah asked for Savage Daughter. I'll do that one, and then you guys can... And then, you guys asked for Hoist the Colors? Did I miss the last giveaway? No, you didn't. I could do that while I sing. Castle does not have that tabbed open. So let me open that. Okay, Frost. Have a good evening. Spring break strikes again, yeah. It is coming quick. Giveaways. There you are. And we are going to do, oh my gosh. Yeah, end it. What is your deal? Ugh. Pain in the butt. Complete. Okay. Now we are going to do it for the Norse Gaelic Festival's book. If you're ready. Here we go. You're going to have 15 minutes to join the giveaway on Twitch only if you want a copy of the Norse Gaelic Festival's book. Okay, so I will get this lyrics for Savage Daughter. And then we will sing. Oh my gosh. Come on, window. Just let me move. Now. Oh my god. There we go. Ah, okay. Alright, Maddie, that's fine. You can share that too. My computer has now gone silent after freezing up earlier. Have to reboot again. And thank you for the stories and bid you good night. Well, I guess Ravensborn cannot hear me, but I'm going to say thank you and good night anyway. Hello, Andy. Welcome in. Petra asked for Wellerman. Okay. Alright, we're going to do Savage Daughter first. Oh, it's bright. We need a dark mode for everything. Okay. I don't know how loud this is, so let me know if it's too loud. All right. I am my mother's savage daughter, the one who runs barefoot, cursing sharp stones. I am my mother's savage daughter, I will not cut my hair, I will not lower my voice. My mother's child is a savage. She looks for her romance in the colors of stones, in the faces of cats, in the fall of feathers, in the dancing of fire, in the curve of old bones. I am my mother's savage daughter, the one who runs barefoot, cursing sharp stones. I am my mother's savage daughter, I will not cut my hair, I will not lower my voice. Okay, Maddie. My mother's child dances in darkness. She sings heathen songs by the light of the moon, and watches the stars and renames the planets, and dreams she can reach them with a song and a broom. am my mother's savage daughter, the one who runs barefoot, cursing sharp stones. I am my mother's savage daughter. I will not cut my hair. I will not lower my voice. We are all brought forth out of darkness into this world through blood and through pain, and deep in our bones the old songs are waking, so sing them with voices of thunder and rain. We are our mother's savage daughters, the ones who run barefoot, cursing sharp stones. We are our mother's savage daughters. We will not cut our hair. We will not lower our voice. Okay. We made it, and I managed not to ruin that terribly. Okay, hoist the colors and Wellerman. We haven't done hoist the colors in a long time. I remember there was... Sometimes I don't find the right one for this. I think this is right. Okay. Well, thank you, Rain. Okay, hoist the colors. Sing along with me, all right? The king and his men stole the queen from her bed and bound her in her bones. The seas be ours, and by the powers where we will, we'll roam. Yo-ho, all hands, hoist the colors high. Heave-ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. Yo-ho, all together, hoist the colors high. Heave-ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. How some have died, and some are alive, and others sail on the sea. With keys to the cage and the devil to pay, we lay to Fiddler's Green. Yo-ho, all hands, hoist the colors high. Heave-ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. The bell has been raised from its watery grave. Do you hear its sepulchral tone? We call to all, pay heed to the squall, and turn your sail toward home. Yo-ho, all together, hoist the colors high. Heave-ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. Okay. Is that a Snorlax twerking? Oh my goodness. That's funny. Petra asked for Willerman.
I was just say, are you all ready to bid them adieu for the evening, my darling?
I am ready to bid adieu to this heat.
I could not agree more. By the way, congratulations. Some of you are going to be getting your tavern gear. Lean back a little bit so they can see the tavern gear.
What? Oh.
There you go. Some of you will be getting your tavern gear later this week.
Yep.
So congratulations on that for those of you who won tavern gear. How would you guys feel about, like, maybe once a week, not once a week, we don't have the money for that. Once a month we give away some tavern gear.
I mean, yeah, we did a lot of giveaways for this, so
Yeah.
we should probably not.
Well, not this month,
Yeah.
but next month we give away like a shirt or something.
Wow. Okay, Wellerman looks longer than I thought it was, but... Oh, I think this is the one I messed up before.
Wellerman is long. It's deceptively long.
It's definitely long.
Telling the whole story, telling the
Okay.
whole chronicle of the Wellerman.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a story, so it's fair. Good night, Una and Castle. Be safe driving and bonding with siblings. Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate you.
Okay, Wellerman. Here we go. There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of the ship was the Billy of Tea. The winds blew up her bow, dip down, oh blow, my bully boys, blow. Ho! Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Huh! Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Da 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 da. Sometimes it's a little too low. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Whoa! Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not of greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Whoa! Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Da 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 da. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack, then tight once more. All boats were lost, there were only 4, but still that whale did go. Whoa! What soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on, no line's not cut, and the whale's not gone. The Wellerman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew, and all. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and
Go.
made it. That
Made
one's
it
a rough
all the way
one.
to the end. Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
I will do my very damnedest to drive safe. Thank you, my friends. Thank you.
I know I shouldn't interrupt while y'all are singing, but I can hear the big man singing. But yeah, he was singing with me.
Yeah. Every once in a while we harmonize.
Every once in a while.
Thank you, Emerald. I appreciate you, Jody. Thank you, Kemians. I hope you will all, because the lady is going to have to take my place while I'm gone. So I hope you all will turn out and take good care of her while I'm away. And make sure that her readings are even bigger and more spectacular than mine are.
Yeah, it should be fine, Maddie, as long as you're not using any audio from it.
Yeah, we do get copyright claimed every now and again, especially for Red is the Rose. But
Hello, Jason.
it's pretty easy to refute because you are allowed to sing music on whatever channels you have. Jason, hello, good to see you. Thank you, Stephanie, I appreciate you. Yeah,
Well, I love you guys too. Or I love you back, I guess I should say.
the lady is in deserving of all the love and adulation.
Oh, you had a really busy week? That's a bummer.
Yeah.
We are back on the regular schedule, except that I will have to be substituting in for Castle because he won't be here. So we have 50 seconds left on the giveaway. The music helps me just mellow and it's perfect in the background here as I'm working. Oh, great. Music to me is so spiritual, great way to wind down. That is true, I agree.
Well, that's why we try to end every story time with a song, because I think it's a great way when you're potting, right? And when you're trying to wind down from an evening of good conversation and excitement, a good song is a great way to send off. In my family, whenever we part, we all sing a song together. In my grandfather's family, I should say.
Yeah.
Whenever we part or at the end of festivals, the whole clan gets together on a song or two before we part off.
We have not finished the Child of the Prophecy yet come in, so I will be reading that. And we can either, well, Tuesday I suppose I can continue finishing up The Hobbit until we're done with that. That's what you guys want? Or I can continue with Child of the Prophecy. You guys decide.
You can do a tentative continuation of the Read-A-Thon while I'm gone.
Yeah.
But only on the reading days.
Yeah.
Not every day.
I start each day with My Mother Told Me. That's a good one.
What did your mother tell you?
And Hannah said, "Welcome back, Castle."
Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate you. What did your mother tell you,
Okay.
Scoopy? It's an incomplete sentence. I don't know. I don't know what he's talking
You're
about.
so funny. Right. Sometimes this freaking window doesn't just let me move it. What is wrong with this?
Oh, it's because you're on the... it's because I have so many tabs at the top, that's why.
No, it's not even that. It's just like, it's like the spot to grab it is so freaking tiny. Sorry, I'm ranting now. Okay.
The
What,
winner
Molly
is
Sue.
Molly Sue. Congratulations.
Let me...
Molly Sue has won herself a physical copy of the Tavern Festival's book. Congratulations.
I will get you the code right now to use for the... Oh, no, wait. This is the actual physical book.
Yeah. I have them upstairs, so I'll grab them.
Okay, so Molly Sue, just make sure that I have your full name and address so we can send you the book. Por favor.
Yes, really. Yes, really. That is what it said.
You won. It was you. You did it.
'Twas she, Molly, who won the competition.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Discord will work just fine. Okay.
Well,
All right.
Now, friends with great...
what is
you
it?
can close that. It's the event viewer.
Okay. It was bright.
And now, friends with great sadness, we will end the Read-A-Thon.
Yeah, it's over. Sorry. But I will be back on Tuesday evening for you. So...
And mayhaps she will even join you for some games at an earlier or later time than that.
Yeah. If you guys want to do a gaming stream, we could do that. You guys just have to let me know. I mean, you guys are the ones that are calling the shots here, really.
I will miss you all as
Actuality.
well. I will miss sitting in my seat
No.
here in the tavern.
Well, Mila, you just tell me when. You tell me when. Because we could do a Monday night game stream, or... How much is the book if we wanted to buy a copy? So the ebook is $4.99 and the physical book is $8.99.
And you can either buy them through Amazon or you can pick them up through the tavern shop. If you buy the physical books from the tavern shop, they ship from us. If you buy them from Amazon, they ship from Amazon. We were glad to have you all here for it. It was wonderful for us. We had a great time.
We did.
and we appreciate everyone's generosity with their time, generosity with their affection and enthusiasm, and generosity with their coin. Every bit of it goes to build the tavern even bigger. Every chat and every bit goes to put more bricks into the foundation of the tavern, and we appreciate you all for it. And we hope that you enjoyed the giveaways, and we hope that in the future we will have the prosperity to do even more. And with your continued support and love, I'm sure that we will.
It would be fantastic. We will get all of the physical goods out to you guys
So you can close
in the mail
chat here.
tomorrow.
Yeah. And then you end the TikTok post.
Brick by brick, yes. All right, I'm going to end things over on TikTok. Thank you so much. Thank you for hanging out still, Hannah. Appreciate you. Have a good night, and I'll see you on Tuesday, possibly. You come back.
Good night, friends. I'll see you when I get back.
Oh, I don't think you were in here, but Hippie came back in, and she said that her child's arm was not broken.
Oh, very good.
Yes, just very sore.
I had already ended it, so...
Well, she was gone, so.
Okay. All right, and to the rest of you, we will raid someone to share the love. But we appreciate everyone who spent this whole week with us. It was a blast. And we'll look forward to seeing you all back on Tuesday to make sure the lady stays safe and occupied while I am out and about. I appreciate you all for the well wishes. I'll still be responding to comments and whatnot while I'm driving a very, very long way.
Well, as a passenger, not
As a
while you're
passenger,
driving.
yeah. Well, maybe while I'm driving. It'll
Nope.
depend on how busy I am.
Nope. Naughty.
But yes, my friends, while it is sad that we must part, we will all gather here soon, the next time.
Sir Pfeffers is doing D&D. We haven't done that. I don't think we've rated a D&D person.
I don't even know who Sir Pfeffers is, so...
Sir Pfeffers.
But yeah, let's get them your songs, yeah. All right, friends, this is where we must part, and while it is sad that we are parting, we will again gather the next time you all sneak a story. So until then, my friends... Huh?
You didn't hit the raid button.
I know. I'm gonna go into here first. Like this.
Okay.
So until then, my friends, stay bloodthirsty, and we will see you next time. Good night.